Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the, what is today? To the Thursday, July 16th, 2020, meeting of the Infrastructure Services Committee. I'd like to call this to order and acknowledge that the Sunshine Coast Regional District is within the traditional territories of the Sechelt and Squamish First Nations. We have a very busy day ahead of us as a board. We have 5 back-to-back meetings, so we are hopefully going to try to move through the agenda in an expeditious fashion. Thorough but expeditious. The very first item of business is the adoption of the agenda. Do I see a motion? I see a motion and a seconder. I am going to suggest an amendment that we reverse the order of items 7 and 10. So that 10 becomes 7 and 7 becomes 10. Does that require us to have an motion to adjust the agenda, or do we just have a motion to adopt the amended agenda?
Because we've already had a motion to adopt the agenda, it has to come through as an amendment, Donna.
Okay.
Or sorry, Chair McMahon.
Can we
move the amendment?
Move the amendment, seconded the amendment. All in favor of the amendment? Okay. Any further changes to the agenda? Sorry, should have done it in one go. I don't see any. Fine, I'm calling the question. All in favor of the agenda? Yay. All right, the first thing up is our delegation. Rob Ringma, Senior Manager, Government Relations, and Seth Bright, Transit Planner from BC Transit. The impact of COVID-19 pandemic on transit. Over to you.
Yeah, good morning, Chair and Board. Can everyone hear me? All good. Excellent. As mentioned, my name is Rob Ringman, I'm Senior Manager of Government Relations for BC Transit. Joining me today is Seth Wright. He's one of our transit planners. And yeah, this morning we hope to outline a couple different things. I think Remco is going to manage the presentation. Remco, actually, if you can go to the next slide, that'd be great. Yeah, today we hope to go through some COVID-19 updates and obviously some of the impacts that we've seen, not only to ridership, but also service levels. Talk a little bit about what BC Transit's doing in terms of a recovery plan. Overview some of the financial challenges and different steps that we're taking. And then talk about service level options. So coming up for September, looking at what service level options we should be able to implement. So what I'd say is we will take some questions at the end, but I know as the chair had mentioned, because we're tight on time, it'd be great if we really focus any of the questions on the service level options. If there's other questions about just the transit system in general, any of the other stuff that we cover today, we can always come back and present when you guys don't have such a compressed schedule. So I'd appreciate that. So yes, March. In February, BC Transit had just launched our new strategic corporate plan, and then March came with COVID. So clearly when the COVID situation hit, we saw some pretty emerging trends that came out pretty quickly. Number one was a significant drop in ridership. We saw basically around 70% drop in ridership across the province, and that was mirrored very closely on the Sunshine Coast. Something else that happened that we saw quite rapidly was operator absenteeism rates really increased. So operators being the front line, they were the front line to dealing with the public, and we saw many of them either taking time off or calling in sick, or if they had family where there was high risk, they were taking time off. So we were actually having some challenges across the province actually making and maintaining transit service. So in order to help with that, we implemented rear door loading. So we moved to rear door loading. Unfortunately, by moving to rear door loading, that restricted our ability to collect fares. So we've moved back to front door loading now, but that was obviously a challenge at that time. And the other thing, based on physical distancing, we limited our bus capacities as we were working with the provincial health authority to 40 to 50% of regular levels. So with all of these things going on, obviously multiple systems were reviewing service levels, and the Sunshine Coast was no different. And we worked with staff and through the board to look at different service level options. Next slide, please, Remco. And what I'll have is Seth will jump in here and discuss a couple of the ridership trends that we've seen over the last couple months. Oh, Seth, if you are speaking, I can't quite hear you.
Sorry. What we've seen on the Sunshine Coast is not dissimilar from what we've seen elsewhere in the province, and certainly elsewhere in North America and elsewhere in the world on transit systems through the pandemic. We were doing pretty well up until mid-March, when the province discouraged non-essential travel. At that time, I think it was about the third week of March, and we see a precipitous drop there before April hits. And that drop constitutes about 75% of ridership. We then see a month and a half of sort of stability at this 25% of our normal, typical ridership based on what we saw last year. And then from there, over the last month and a half, 2 months, we've started to see some improvements. Certainly, as we've moved into phase 3 of the provincial restart plan, we're starting to see more significant improvements, and we're starting to move towards 50% of our typical ridership on the Sunshine Coast and province-wide. So we're seeing positive signs for the future. We're not quite at 50% yet, but we're rapidly moving there, especially as we move through the restart plan. This is the Sunshine Coast picture. I would point out that the pre-March, the previous slide was the BC picture as a whole. The blue line is 2019, the green line is 2020. The early part of the year, the first 2.5 months, show that we're doing worse this year. And I would caution against reading too much into that, because I think that the way the buses counted people was not properly distributed last year, and is better counting that and better projecting that. There's a complicated algorithm that goes into this these numbers, and so I think there's a misalignment between this year and last year, but nonetheless they show general trends, and so we see this trend where we dropped a lot in March and then are recovering now. When we look at the specific routes, we can see that routes 1 and 90 had a most significant drop in ridership. We lost 76% of our ridership. This is looking at weeks 14 to 25, so that's starting at the end of March to just 3 or 4 weeks ago, averaging the period of this year, averaging that period of this year over the same period last year. And on the average weekday last year, during that period, we saw 829 people on the Route 1, 1,100 people on the Route 90. This year, during that period, we're seeing just short of 200 and just over 250 on the Route 90. Interestingly, we haven't seen the same drop on the local routes running out of Sechelt. So the 2, 3, and 4, we've seen far less of a drop in ridership. So we sometimes think about these as captive riders and people that don't have as much flexibility in their options. I think the other part of this pandemic is that folks that might commute long distances or commute to an office or commute certainly to Vancouver are doing that a lot less and working from home. So we're seeing those trends, whereas people that are traveling to the grocery store or traveling for their critical social activities using transit as a lifeline retain and remain committed transit users through this pandemic. Next slide, Remco. Thanks. The other interesting trend of what we're seeing throughout the day, throughout the service day, is that we typically have, and this is for the Sunshine Coast, we typically have a morning peak when people are going to work. Then certainly on the Sunshine Coast system, we have a pretty good midday peak when other travelers, generally retired people, are using the transit system to get their groceries or to get out to social engagements. And then we have quite a pronounced afternoon peak around 3 p.m. that is probably associated partially with school times and also people that leave work early, that start work early and leave work early. And then we see another peak later in the afternoon at around 5 p.m. or close to 5 p.m. The green line shows what we've seen over weeks 14 to 25, that same sort of pandemic period this year, and we see a very different curve, much more flatter ridership throughout the day, so less morning travel and afternoon travel to work, and more consistent, even travel throughout the day. So this is a useful trend because it helps maintain physical distancing and ensures that capacity is evened out. But it's part of the pandemic response that we've been seeing just by the types of people that continue to need to use transit despite generally discouraging non-essential travel. Next slide. And so I'll pass it back to Rob and then come back at the end.
Yeah, excellent. Thanks, Seth. So just as mentioned in response, it was April 6th where we basically adjusted or proposed adjusting service levels in the Sunshine Coast Transit system, mainly because of the decreases in ridership, the lack of revenue that we were seeing. So we did, or Sunshine Coast did approve a move to reducing service to weekend level service. So that basically meant that we ran Saturday level service 7 days a week, and departed from our typical Monday to Friday schedule and then weekend service schedule. So as Seth pointed out, we're now seeing a slow but steady increase in ridership. And we think, it's time to really look towards adjusting service levels upwards to try to manage that return, that slow kind of gradual return. And at the same time, ensuring we maintain social or physical distancing on the buses. So we have had some challenges, I would say, from April till now, mainly related to BC Ferries changes to their schedule. As you all would know, the transit system in Sunshine Coast is very interlinked with the BC Ferry schedule. So we had to make quite a few quick moves to react to changing phases of BC Ferry schedule as they reacted to the BC Restart Plan. And I think planning, as well as working with staff at the Sunshine Coast Regional District, we did a fairly good job doing that. Again, having to make some rapid, fairly quickly changes. It did create some customer confusion regarding schedules, and we did see some associated kind of customer service responses to that. I have to say, Sunshine Coast staff have been very, very responsive to a lot of those customer concerns. They've done a really good job. So now as the province moves towards phase 3 in the BC Restart Plan, we're starting to see those requests come in for basically better service levels and requests for increase in physical distancing on board. So, obviously moving service levels a little bit higher would help to do that, particularly as the economy gets going and we start to see additional tourism opportunities on the Sunshine Coast. So next slide, please, Remco. BC Transit also made a challenging decision to defer all of our service expansions this year, mainly due to a couple of points you see there. All of our bus manufacturers could not guarantee their delivery timelines, which really threw things a little bit for a whack. Obviously, with the uncertainty with local and provincial budgets, and knowing that resources would likely be required to help rebuild ridership, we made that decision to defer expansions. On the Sunshine Coast, we didn't have any immediate expansion plans in place, but obviously we've been working with staff on future priorities prior to COVID. One of the big things that we have, and it still is in our plan, is to initiate our Sunshine Coast Transit Future Action Plan process for this summer. And that process gets public feedback on local transit priorities that obviously would feed into this expansion process. And we remain committed to that process, even in light of COVID. And I know Seth is continuing to work with staff on trying to get that process started and rolled out for late summer, kind of early September. So clearly a focus is going to remain to stabilize service and regain ridership. But we also want to understand what the future priorities are for the Sunshine Coast and their transit system. Next slide, please. So I kind of described before about all the changes from kind of March and April, but then from May to July, we've really seen quite a few new developments that we feel have really put us on a bit of a path to recovery. That really started with the introduction of the BC Restart Plan, which has since progressed to phase 3, which really has allowed for the restoration of additional services and businesses to open up under those enhanced safety protocols. So subsequently, BC Transit has developed its own recovery plan that really works to put measures in place that align with the BC Restart Plan. That plan includes looking at bus capacity management, ensuring our buses are safe, clean, and at comfortable passenger loads, as well as increasing ridership recovery efforts through some marketing and obviously working with our local governments. So we have seen a leveling off of those declines. We're seeing some stability and a return to growth in ridership across the province, albeit at those reduced levels that Seth had mentioned. And we are seeing a reduction in missed service due to operator absenteeism. So some of the safety procedures we put in, we've implemented temporary driver screens, driver vinyl barriers to protect our drivers. That's allowed us to move to front door loading again and fare collection. And recently we increased our bus capacity in line with phase 3 to approximately 65% of bus capacity. So some positive moves forward. Next slide, please, Remco. So this graph here just kind of speaks to a little bit of the scenario planning that we've been doing. We knew going into the COVID situation that there'd likely be 3 distinct phases: that respond phase that we kind of went through, the recovery phase, and then that rebuilding phase. We're still, unsure exactly where we are in the continuum, how long it's going to last, what our options will look like coming out of this epidemic. But the general feeling is that we are in the recovery phase. We're seeing that transit growth. We're planning for that ridership return for September, the return of in-school class instruction. So it's encouraging that we feel that we're at the end of that respond phase and really starting to look at the future and how we come out of this cycle. And it's exciting to see what that means for BC Transit as well as the Sunshine Coast transit system in particular. Obviously, with the move to phase 3 in the BC Restart Plan, that creates more optimism. But we also recognize it's a long road ahead of us, still several unknown curves and hills we're going to need to navigate in order to get back to our pre-COVID ridership levels. Next slide, please, Remco. So, the big question is, how do we support ridership recovery and regain ridership back to pre-COVID levels? And it's, I don't mean to simplify it by any means, but the answer is quite simple. We need to make transit safe and we need to make it reliable. We totally recognize BC Transit that with a decreased ridership that's happened through COVID, the thought of decreasing service levels is a thought that can come across in order to save costs. But this can also create a bit of a self-defeating, I'll use the term death spiral, where reducing service and reducing the schedule leads to less reliability in the schedule, which leads to less ridership, which potentially leads to increasing fares to try to make up the revenue, and that cycle continues. So we know that if we can maintain the safety and reliability of the transit system with some additional communication tools, we should be able to continue to see that recovery in ridership. Next slide, please. One of the things we do know, though, is that in terms of capacity management, the pre-COVID days of max capacity, crowded buses, standing room only, or standing room capacity is probably over in the post-COVID era. In the COVID response mode, we moved to constrained capacity. We reduced capacity to about 40%, 50% of seated capacity. That was to help us maintain physical distancing on board. With the recent announcement of phase 3 by the BC government, we were approved to move our capacities to a nearly fully seated capacity, which equals approximately, as I mentioned before, about 65% of total bus capacity. Our operators will continue to manage that bus capacity and use good judgment as needed. One of the reasons BC Transit's now recommending to a lot of our transit systems who decrease service levels to start looking at increasing is just to ensure we're maintaining the frequency of the buses on the road to prevent pass-ups, knowing that we have this still constrained capacity limit in place as summer comes to an end. The Provincial Health Authority and Dr. Henry have also recognized that maintaining physical distancing is not always possible in some circumstances, including riding transit. So they, along with BC Transit, are highly encouraging the use of masks on transit, and this is being supported with signage and a full marketing campaign. Next slide, please, Remco. This is just kind of an example of what we have on social media, again, to promote the procedures that we've implemented to increase customer awareness to the safety levels that we're, safety procedures that we're taking, as well as to help communicate our ridership recovery plan. Really, this is a supporting, basically, marketing campaign to help reestablish passenger confidence in transit, in our transit systems, and hopefully encourage them to hop on board again in the near future. So to support that recovery plan, we've developed this marketing communication plan and tools that will support messaging for customers regarding non-medical face coverings when physical distancing can't be achieved. We're going to look to increase public recognition. It's not always practical to achieve 2-meter physical distancing on public transportation, but that we are also working on outlining all of the cleaning and safety procedures that we're undertaking each day to help reduce the spread of COVID-19 on board our buses. So that will all be part of our ridership kind of recovery plan. Next slide, please. Slide 15, which is the start of the financial update. So the service changes that I had mentioned we implemented in April, they primarily have achieved fuel and maintenance savings. So what the Sunshine Coast has managed to do is, from those changes, save on some of the variable costs. A lot of the fixed costs have remained consistent. And we have seen some minimal labor savings because obviously those service reductions have been offset by COVID-related expenses and some cleaning costs. So BC Transit, knowing that there's going to be, we need to do some revenue adjustments, we need to do some cost adjustments, we will be amending your annual operating agreement to account for those puts and takes that have happened over those changes. So one of the things we are requesting, and a reason for our presentation today, is we really need to finalize what Sunshine Coast September service levels will be in order to support that amended operating agreement. Next slide, please, Remco. BC Transit has announced a couple relief measures that we've established. One is in relation to our operating reserves. So the operating reserve was established back in 2015 as a tool to mitigate the risk of budgetary constraints and protect core transit service levels. It's been an effective tool, and what we've decided for this year is that local government will have the discretion to use any of their operating reserve balance that's available to them in this fiscal to help reduce some of the impacts that we've seen from a cost perspective. In addition, we're also offering a 6-month lease fee relief. So in essence, we won't be charging vehicle lease fees for 50% of the year, or about 6 months. Next slide, please, Remco. I did provide staff with some of our revenue projections for the balance of the year in the Sunshine Coast Regional District. And we are projecting approximately a 50% reduction in transit-related revenues for the balance of the year. So that's a potential negative impact of reducing the system's revenue by approximately $400,000. If ridership does continue to increase, this loss will be mitigated or it'll be reduced. So it is important that we continue to take those steps to encourage ridership and get riders back on board. Again, service levels are a key component of that. As mentioned in my previous slide, to counteract some of those revenue losses, we are allowing local governments to utilize their operating reserve balance. and we are providing that vehicle lease fee relief. So for the Sunshine Coast, that could equal approximately $300,000 in savings. So doesn't fully mitigate the revenue, but definitely helps. But we are continuing to advocate the provincial and federal government for additional support measures. And Remco, if you go to the next slide, you can see a bit of what that looks like from a provincial perspective. We're working with BC Ferries, TransLink on further relief. We're looking to see if we can get some of the increased cleaning and PPE costs covered. And then obviously what we want to do is solidify our funding commitment to maintain core service levels into next year, and seeing if some of the expansion funding we had put aside would be able to be utilized there. And then from a federal perspective, since March, we've been lobbying with the Canadian Urban Transit Association, with the federal government for support. They recently announced a few weeks ago a $14 billion funding package, their Safe Restart Plan, and they have indicated that transit's a component of that. So we're just currently working with the provincial government, which is working with the federal government, to determine what that allocation is for transit, what the allocation is for BC Transit, and then obviously how that will cascade down to our systems. So we feel positive that there will be some further relief that will come. Just at this time, I can't speak to any specifics until they've been provided. And with that, we'll get to the next slide, which we'll turn it back over to Seth, and he'll talk a little bit about service level history and then future service level options.
Thanks so much, Rob. This chart that's in front of you right now shows the breakdown by route over the last 6 or 8 months or so. From October, the service levels, which is the total number of hours each route uses to provide service on those roads that they service. Looking at October, we had our standard fall service. We align with the ferry schedule several times a year on the Sunshine Coast to make it work for Langdale. And we had just under 100 hours of total weekday service. In April, we were just a couple weeks after COVID. We sort of started to have a sense of the impact of the pandemic, and we quickly reduced service levels because we were seeing that precipitous drop in ridership that I showed earlier. And basically, we just enacted Saturday level service 7 days a week. So we simplified the schedule. It was the quick, easy way to continue to deliver a good level of service. Saturday service on Sunshine Coast is quite good. It runs for quite a long length from very early in the morning to very late at night. So that was a good approach. In June, we aligned it with the ferry schedule again. It was just shifted, but stayed at the same hours. And more recently, in this month, we've adjusted it and added about 10 hours to the service day. But those hours were already being used previously. They just weren't scheduled, but they were being thrown out on the road. So then we're at about 70 hours, 7 days a week. So the service options we have in front of you, recognizing that it's a difficult fiscal environment, we've put together 2 packages. I'd point out that option A here in front of you, 80% service hours, is not really a continuation of what we have now, because what we have now is that same 70 hours, 7 days a week, and we'd be shifting to about 80 hours on your weekdays and 60 hours on Saturday. So it would go from a Monday to Friday schedule and a Saturday, Sunday lower service. And that makes sense with the ferry schedule changing into the fall and the type of ridership we see going into the fall, basically the loss of the tourist or the drop in the tourist volumes. We will continue to tweak some of the service levels. I've been in regular contact with our scheduler about where we need to do that so we properly balance the number of trips on all of our routes and throughout the system to best allow for physical distancing and comfort on all the trips and all the buses. We expect that if we deliver 80% of our typical service, well, this is plenty in a typical pre-COVID environment to carry the number of people we have on the Sunshine Coast that are riding transit. We expect that we will continue to see customer complaints related to capacity, frequency, and physical distancing. They will be reduced. I was just looking at the June, so last month, we received 18 customer complaints for more service, 4 complaints about being passed up, and 5 complaints about people wanting other folks to have masks or just wanting better physical distancing on the buses. So coming into about 40 complaints there during the month of June. Pretty vocal concerns about capacity and frequency. And the next option that we've presented to you is option B, Remco. And so this is 100 hours per weekday and 60 hours on Saturday, Sunday. It is reinstating your typical fall service. It again might require some slight modifications to address what we've seen and shifts on some routes in ridership, and we think that it will almost completely address the level of customer complaints we've seen, and we recognize that there's fiscal questions in the air. So with that, I'll pass it back to the chair and certainly welcome any questions about these 2 options we've presented.
And I apologize for cutting out there and all of a sudden being in the dark, but for some reason the power at my house just went out, so I had to hotspot through my phone. So glad to be back.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I myself have a number of questions, but only a couple of burning ones. I see Director Theis.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for that great presentation. I personally think that the 80% is a good compromise between the amount of subsidization that our taxpayers are providing to the system versus the demand for ridership. So I think that sounds reasonable to me. My question is around the vehicles. Are they being modified in any way to make them more COVID friendly? And how long do you expect this, the reduced ridership to take? Will it be long enough, like the reduced capacity, so that will it be long enough to actually have to order larger buses for routes that would ordinarily not need larger buses?
Yeah, I can maybe answer a couple pieces of that question. So in terms of the current fleet, we've obviously increased all of our cleaning regimes. So every bus, all the high contact touch points are cleaned daily. We've now moved to phase 3, where we're actually disinfecting the buses with a full disinfectant weekly. And then in terms of drivers, we've implemented we've installed vinyl driver barriers in all of our buses to help limit interaction in terms of social distancing physical distancing between drivers and passengers as they're entering the bus, which has allowed us obviously to go to fare collection. Long term, I don't think, from a bus perspective, I know from a Sunshine Coast, we do have it on the radar about right sizing the fleet on the Sunshine Coast, because we have had some capacity challenges on the key routes, the number 1 and the number 90. So I know that still remains on the agenda when we're dealing with staff and talking to staff about what that looks like. I haven't heard any specific changes to bus configuration or design in response to COVID, but knowing our bus manufacturers well, I'm sure they will be coming to our fleet team with several scenarios or proposals, because we're always retiring buses and procuring new buses. So again, not to use the term, but the new normal could be those suppliers coming to us with different, more COVID friendly bus designs.
Thank you. I see Director Seegers.
Thank you. So I've been around on the regional district board off and on for about 8 years now. So I'm very familiar with the Transit Future Plan or Future Transit Plan, whichever way it goes. And I know that one of the big pieces of that was getting that Route 90 put in, because Route 90 allowed us to minimize the changes on the route. So we actually could provide more of a regular schedule basically for those who were riding it. And it also minimized how much change we had to do when BC Ferries actually changed their schedules. And we can see that in that how quickly we had to make an adjustment recently when BC Ferries all of a sudden changed their schedule. We didn't have our full schedule in place. And so we needed to quickly make some changes. That has an impact on ridership. So we did see, as soon as we had Route 90 come in, we saw our ridership start to grow because we provided more reliable service for those who were using it on a daily basis. It also allowed us, as I said, when BC Ferries was late, for example, we didn't have to change the bus because next one was going to be long in 30 minutes. So while 80% may be something that some directors would like to go for, I've actually looked at the numbers inside of the further reports here, and I think going to 100% now will actually serve us in helping build back that ridership, because we'll be able to provide more reliable, regular service for those who rely on the transit system. So I'd be in favor of that. As we know, we don't know what the funding piece will look like. We're still waiting for that, but I think it's our best option to get back to bringing in the most revenue we can and providing the service that the community needs as it's building up. Another piece about this is when you look at those numbers, sorry, just one more piece. When you look at those numbers, ferries were really dropped. Like their service to us was dropped. And so yes, that's going to impact ridership. That's it. Thank you.
Sorry, I was just going to point out that is more pertinent to the next item on the agenda, which is the staff report, than the provincial picture. So I'm looking for questions specifically to the province. Director Pratt.
Thank you. Just a curiosity on the ridership stats. Is the healthcare only bus that we were running, is that included in any of those statistics on the ridership numbers?
Sorry, are you talking about the use of some of the handy dart buses to supply
Yes.
healthcare workers ridership?
Yes.
Seth, I believe those would not be in those numbers, no. Because the handy dart buses do not have automatic passenger counters that our conventional buses have.
Okay. Terrific, thank you.
Okay, I have a question now. The dramatic change in travel patterns where you don't have the morning and afternoon peaks, is that province-wide, or was that particularly marked here on the Sunshine Coast?
That's the same in all transit systems around the world, and certainly in North America. The planning team at BC Transit participated in a North America-wide webinar recently, where we talked about and saw that exact same thing, where every city's transit system in North America normally has that morning peak, and just saw a straight up flattening of that to a fairly even sort of Mount Fuji type peak instead, midday peak. It's what people are doing because people are staying home to work instead of going into the office.
Interesting, thank you. Director Seegers.
Okay, one final question. Is mandatory masks on buses, is that a local decision or is that a BC Transit decision?
Oh, and sorry, just to clarify, masks are highly recommended. They are not mandated. Right.
I'm saying, if putting masks as a mandatory requirement, is that a local decision or is that a BC Transit decision? Because I've seen other communities, other cities where it's mandatory.
We're taking our guidance from the Provincial Health Authority and Dr. Bonnie Henry. So for BC Transit, that decision would come from the Provincial Health Authority.
So in other words, we couldn't override that locally, is what you're saying?
I couldn't speak to what your rights are from a regional district perspective. All I can speak to is that BC Transit is following the guidelines outlined by the Provincial Health Authority.
Thank you.
That's actually a very good question. Does staff, Remco, do you know the answer to that? Could we mandate that people must use masks on our buses here on the Sunshine Coast?
I don't know. I don't have the answer. Thank you for the question. It's a good question, but I don't know the answer to it. And I think one of the things we would have to look at is our ability to actually enforce and what the additional risk of that would be for our drivers that would need to do the enforcement. And so I think that's something that we would need to look at if the board would like to us to assess the options here.
Okay, we'll move that forward to our discussion of the staff report. Thank you. Good answer. I see Director Hiltz has his hand up.
Yes, Chair. Thanks, BC Transit. I love your way you guys do analysis. It just is nice and clear. And so the difference between the two options and the customer comfort in times of sitting and standing. Is there a difference between the two options? Like, does everyone sit? Does everyone stand? How do the customers move through the bus in each of the scenarios? If you could say anything about that.
Go ahead, Seth.
I'm happy to take that. Yeah, the buses obviously depend on the route it's serving. I think a lot of the routes that's local, shorter routes that serve areas like West Seashelt don't see the same volume of ridership and don't get quite as full. So there's more a handful of people on the bus, and so there's proper physical distancing tends to be on those buses. But the midday trips on the 90 and the 1, we tend to have capacity concerns, and people are writing in, and we have an excellent staff. You have an excellent staff person on the Sunshine Coast that does a really great job of responding to those concerns and encouraging things. We have talked about total bus capacity, and so I think Rob talked about 50% of total, or 65% of total bus capacity, and mentioned that that's basically a full seated load. But we're not talking about seated load because that requires people to sit beside each other in every seat, and that's not necessarily the optimal physical distancing. It would be probably someone in a seat by the window and then an empty seat beside them, and then someone standing in the aisle. So it's going to be mixed. Our goal is not to have no one standing, but to have people comfortably apart. We recognize that a full seated load, that volume of people on a bus, is still not physical distancing, is not what we've been trained over the last few months to expect. But the provincial health officer, Dr. Bonnie Henry, has come on and said transit's going to be a little bit uncomfortable, and so wear a mask, protect yourself, and practice those best practices of washing your hands before and after you take transit. And that's sort of how transit needs to continue to operate through this time.
Yeah, and Director, sorry, just in the second part of your question regarding the two different proposals. So the bus capacity will remain consistent through both those proposals, but obviously the difference between approximately 80% service level and 100% service level is you would have more frequency in some of those buses or in those routes, which would spread out the users on those different routes, which would in effect increase physical distancing by that virtue. And
the frequency would be about the same. The number of buses doing trips to West Seashelt would be about the same. It's about 9 or 10 trips a day on the two scenarios, but where it really sees a benefit is on the 90 and Route 1, where the number of trips in a day would be significantly higher.
Good. I think we can wrap this up. Thank you very much for your informative and interesting presentation. I'm sure it was nothing you were expecting a few months ago. So we're going to move on now. And I would like a motion to accept, to receive all the reports and communications on the agenda. Motion seconded, all in favor. That passes. Thank you very much. So we go on to item 1, which is the Report on transit schedule options for the fall of 2020. Over to staff.
Thank you, Chair. I'll keep it short in terms of introduction. What this report does, it takes it one step further compared to the information presented in the by BC Transit. The financial analysis included in this report is based on our fiscal year, which is until December 31st, while the information presented in the BC Transit in their presentation is until their end of their fiscal, which is March 31st. So that's why the numbers are a little bit different, but they're based on the same. We base our analysis on their numbers. We analyzed two options, the 80% and 100% forecast, as well as we analyzed what the risk would be if there would be a second wave of infections of COVID, which could result in a reduced ridership on the coast. And I have to say that because of all the measures currently in place in terms of ridership, in terms of protecting drivers, there would be no need to go back to rear door loading. We can continue to do the front door loading and collect revenue for any riders we have during the time. Thank you. More than happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? I have one. It's more in the way of a request. I have, during the COVID times, we got down to what you might call the core transit users, the people who have no other transportation options. A lot of those people do not have computers and they don't have smartphones. So I've had several people mention that better signage at the bus stops would be really helpful in terms of what kind of a schedule to expect. And if there's any way that we can roll that out, like schedule signs actually on the bus stops, that would be a really big benefit to transit users. Over to Director Seegers.
Thank you. I just pulled up our public transit. This was a draft budget. It was just what I could get my hands on quickly. We're looking at a budget of $2,754,869. If I go back and look at the difference between, the option 1, return to regular service, and option 2, stay at 80%, we're looking at about a $45,000 difference. So, I mean, in comparison to the budget, I'm going with option 1.
Am I hearing a motion there, Director Seegers?
Sure. So recommendations on page 1. But so that, we received it already, that we incorporate the balance of the SCRD local transit fund in the upcoming amendment. That staff be directed to work with BC Transit on the development and implementation of a conventional transit schedule based on 100% of the original budget amount of service hours.
Do I see a seconder? Well, I'll second that okay, 2 seconders. Director Kroll. For the purposes of discussion, I'm just going to mention that this has a considerable impact on my area because and Roberts Creek too. The service along the Chester Pratt route and Lower Road affects quite a lot of customers, and an 80% service level is considerably reduced service in those areas. So do we have any further discussion from other directors? Director Hilton, if you folks would please use the hands up button, that would be helpful. Thank you.
The question on the different scenarios, the 80% versus the 100, there doesn't, the total number of ridership isn't any different. Is that how it wouldn't increase the ridership, it will increase the comfort. That's the understanding of that the ridership numbers would not change, but the comfort of the riders would change between the two scenarios.
Staff, you want to tackle that?
I will try, and I had discussions about this with the staff of BC Transit. Their expectation is that the ridership is less impacted, less influenced at this point in time by the actual transit schedule, but more by other factors like their comfort and if they actually need to commute, etc., etc. However, of course, if you have 100% of the capacity, there is a higher chance that more people will take the bus again, especially if they have to, for example, take the ferry. There is a more for the purpose of forecasting, we use the same. However, the chance that it will exceed 55% is higher if you have 100% of the capacity compared to 80% of the capacity. Thank you.
Perfect. Director Kroll.
Thank you, Chair. One of the things that was brought up in the report, and it's the more frequency is probably going to encourage people back onto buses. The big thing with reduced capacity, which is a concern, is you miss the bus. If you get past once and you're heading for the 6:20 morning ferry, your day is pretty well ruined, and you're gonna your tendency to rely on the bus is going to be diminished exponentially if you get past a couple of times, and that's a difficult thing to get around. With the BC Ferries approach, is people are required to have a mask on the system, and if you can't social distance, then you have to wear the mask. And I don't know whether going to that approach on the buses, if that could be recommended to ensure that people don't get passed by, because that's what I see as the big concern, is people will totally lose confidence in the system if they can't get on it. But if everyone's wearing a mask, then it's sort of overcome.
Okay. Director Ties.
Thank you, Chair. I see it's a small difference between the two amounts. I personally, though, think that we're going to be having to make some hard decisions coming down the line here, and I don't think with the tax increases and that are projected for next year, COVID related and all that we need to be adding really anything more, especially if staff recommends that 80% should be okay. So I think I'm okay with sticking with the 80%, and then I believe we can adjust as needed. If the volume increases to the extent that we need to adjust it, and I don't think that would take a lot of effort. Is that correct, staff?
Over to staff.
Yes, the amount of hours we have in the schedule are not. The original amount of hours would still stay available for the SRD. However, I'm not sure if we can. That's for next year. I'm not sure if we can that easily increase the let's say in October. If in October the SRD requests a change to be made in terms of implementation date, it would be most likely January 1st before any changes would be implemented. So there will be a little bit of lag time there. In terms of frequency of routes, to point made earlier by Chair McMahon in terms of Chester and the lower routes, with the 80% option compared to the current schedule, there will be an increased frequency along that route anyway, because especially during the weekdays, because we're moving more buses on the weekdays and less on the weekends. So there will be a little bit more buses going down Route 1 compared to what's currently the case.
Thank you. I see Director Toth.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question for Tina, I suppose. Do we have sufficient reserves to cover this deficit, or are we going to have to increase taxation in 2021?
I think that is indicated on the report as far as how many reserves there are. So I think in anticipation of the variance report coming forward to next week, so there is approximately 205 of uncommitted operational reserves. It's on page 5 of the agenda, just in the section there. So we do have enough operational reserves. However, I think this is a projection here. So once we get the new operating agreement from Transit, we understand and we have commitment regarding those mitigation options, and have to get an analysis of what the current deficit is combined. So yeah, I think there's sufficient for what is articulated in both of these options.
Thank you. I totally missed that on my read through, so thank you for pointing that out. I'm kind of torn on this. I had some concerns about piling on more deficit that we have to increase taxation for next year, because we've got so many other services that we're going to have to increase to cover losses this year due to COVID. If we've got the reserves available to do it, I'm more inclined to return to regular service to increase passenger safety and comfort.
Thank you. I see Director Pratt.
Thank you, Chair. I'm still a bit torn on this as well, because I worry about a deficit that we every penny right now I think matters, when we don't know what's coming down the pike. For what things are going to look like this fall, it's impossible to predict. And but also on the other hand, that I've heard from residents and business owners that are concerned about their workers that travel between Gibsons and Seashell both ways being passed by because buses have hit capacity. But also at the same time, I know our transit, our staff is senior staff and the management team that we have here on the coast. They've been and working with BC Transit have been very nimble in adjusting to other, adjust to the ferry schedule. And I would hope, and maybe GM Rosenboom can or Mr. Walton can comment on how quickly they would be able to adjust if let's say we do choose to go with the 80% and then see that we're needing to put more resources.
I can take that one. It will be hard because these amount of hours would be included in our agreement with BC Transit. So that's where we would need to update that agreement. So that's why it will be hard. It will take a little bit more time to make adjustments than to date. The other thing I think is worthwhile to mention is that full revenue COVID levels are not anticipated on January 1st as well. So there's an increased cleaning costs, etc. So my estimate at this point in time is that next year the transit system will be financial strained as well, because we will continue until we get to a stage 4 where there is a vaccine and everything is all right again. Until then, there will be capacity limits, additional cleaning costs, and reduced revenue generation.
Okay. Thank you very much, Director Seegers.
Thank you. 2 questions, both for clarity. if we say at this point we want 80% capacity, is that what's reflected in our operating agreement coming forward, so that we don't have the capacity to be able to move to 100% until next year when we redo our operating agreement? So that would be mid-year next year. So if we go 100 now, we could do less than 100 if we needed to. We could drop down, as we did before with BC Transit. But if we don't take 100 now, we can't go to 100 until this is done. Is that correct?
That's my understanding. Another discussion, we still, in the AOA, I think from the period January to April, I think BC Transit is planning to still have the 100% of the hours, have their 100% of the hours. So it's really for us to make a decision between September and December, if that should be 80 or 100%. And dropping back from 100 to 80 will also take some time. We can do it in a way we did it before, but that's really impacting our service level more because of insufficient communication opportunities with and additional pressures on the planning and scheduling staff with BC Transit.
Mm-hmm. So we basically are looking at two scenarios. One is we just continue to grow, or we get hit by a second wave, and at that point everybody's going to be cutting back again, and that would be instigated by BC Transit. So I think we need to focus on increasing ridership, which is in my world 100%. And then just a clarity, and you may be able to answer this, or maybe Tina can. They're talking about a vehicle lease fee holiday. So they say vehicle lease fees will not be charged for months of July to December. I'm assuming that is a deferral and not forgiven. Clarify?
This question was asked to BC Transit by several operators, and they stated that it was not a deferral. I think the reason behind it is that because there are less buses on the road, there was less wear and tear on the buses, so there are some savings on their side as well. And so it should not be a deferral, and it's not presented to us as a deferral. It's really a waiver.
Thank you. Good. I like that.
Good news. Great. Thank you very much. Director Kroll.
Thank you, Chair. There was a reference earlier to the actual bus drivers themselves, and I would imagine this would extrapolate down to cleaners and people servicing the vehicles. With the cutback in transit services, there was an indication that we had in fact lost some drivers, that they weren't working, so they had to seek employment elsewhere. My concern is if we go to 80% and then we do want to increase the service, we're going to be scrambling trying to find drivers. And how many drivers have we in fact lost at this point? Are we in a position that we can resume 100% service?
Yeah.
I'm going to have Mr. Walton answer that question, our transit manager.
Thank you for the question. My apologies, my mouse turned off, so I couldn't unmute myself. Because we run on a call-out board, meaning drivers aren't obligated to take shifts, we haven't really, we've lost two people that decided to just depart their employment with the SCRD, and we have a few employees that aren't taking shifts due to their own concerns of working in this environment. So I think going to 100% or 80%, we would be able to achieve and have enough employees to operate the buses. The concern would filter down more so to cleaning at that point. And we might be able to explore other avenues within the SCRD if all of our drivers are actually driving the buses, because currently our drivers who aren't driving are the ones that are doing the cleaning. But I would think we have a good enough team that we'd be able to work those things out.
Thank you. Follow up?
So we would be able to maintain 100% service.
I would be confident saying yes.
And one other just quick question on Monday I was in Vancouver, and as I was getting on the bus, it was actually a driver shift change, and the driver getting on got out his wipes and he was wiping everything down. And I was chatting with him, and he said with TransLink, the drivers actually have to provide their own cleaning supplies for sanitizing their workstation. Is that a case here on the coast, or do we provide the cleaning materials between shifts for the drivers?
I could take that. So when it's between shifts, as our drivers do the same thing here, we do share buses on the same day. We actually bring our buses back to our facility if it's being co-shared, and we do a thorough disinfecting every day if the bus is being shared. So to protect our drivers and the passengers.
Thank you. That's good to hear. Folks, we could have a great time discussing this all day, because we're back to the good old chicken and the egg. What comes first, the buses or the passengers? And that's, perennially the problem on the Sunshine Coast. And I'll also just say, from my perspective, it's easier to expand service sort of in terms of public reaction than it is to cut it back. So to put it out there and then to have to cut it back again, I think would create even more uncertainty in an uncertain time. But this is a tough question. So I'm going to call the question on Director Seeger's motion. All in favor of 100%? Okay. All opposed to 100%? 1, 2, 3. Reluctantly. So we have a split vote, but I believe that the vote fails. Interesting. All right. Then do we have another motion? Director Hiltz.
I'll move the recommendations as presented in Annex A on page 1, as stated.
Do I see a seconder? Good, I see that seconded. All right, I'm going to call the vote. All in favor of 80%? Okay, that passes. Thank you very much. Tough decision, folks.
Have my vote recorded, please?
Yes,
Opposed?
please. Thank you. Yeah, okay. Anybody else? Yes. Okay, please record Director Kroll and Director Seegers. Good. Thank you very much, folks. Okay, next item on the agenda, number 4, is the water supply update, our perennial favorite on the Sunshine Coast.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to share my screen. There we go. Now I need to go back to my first slide. And not. Okay, there we go. Thank you. Water supply update for this month. I'm trying to keep it short in favor of some discussion on other items, but I'm more than happy to take any questions at the end. In terms of the weather, last several weeks, temperatures has increased. It has become drier than it was in the previous weeks. The upcoming weeks, it's about normal temperatures, and forecast is dry, and there's no rain forecast for the upcoming 2 weeks, no significant amount at least. And the long-term forecast, as depicted in this graph from Environment Canada, is a high likelihood of warmer than normal weather for the next 3 months, for July, August, and September. I looked at their precipitation forecast, and it's all over the place. So there is no strong indication if it will be drier or wetter than normal. Oh, the other way. So what's our current demand? It has increased a little bit. We're now towards the 16,000, and I think part of the reasons why it hasn't exceeded that is because of the implementation of stage 2 as of July 10th. This is a graph. Last month, I showed a graph of total residential consumption based on our water meter data. This is a graph based on the same data, but then per electoral area. And for sake of this graph, we combined North and South Bender systems here. What is interesting is the North and South Bender systems continue to grow since April, where the others have flattened or decreased a little bit in between May and June, because the warmer weather in May and the wetter weather in June. And staff feels that the increase between in the Bender system is really the result of the influx of people that are going to their secondary houses or tourists. What about leaks? On July 6th, we did our analysis. At the moment, at that time, we had 475 active leaks. We sent out 200 letters. We were in active communication with 114 existing leaks. Active communication means that we were actually helping them, helping residents to find their leaks, to address their leaks, and to determine the magnitude of their leaks. Since early May, we have 183 new leaks, and that's an increase, and we really feel that that is the result of garden hoses being hooked on, irrigation systems being installed and turned on, and any leaks in the irrigation systems or garden hose dripping bit, of course, is registered by the meter as a leak. So the graph is an indication of the amount of water used by properties with a leak and without a leak. So it doesn't depict the amount of water that's actually leaking. It's the amount of water that is from properties with a leak identified. And you can see the increase in between May and June, and the July data, we don't have it yet, but you can see that increase that I was talking about. You can really see that there. And so that's most likely leakages outside in taps and irrigation systems, etc. In terms of the stages, Cove K, Eastbourne, Eastbourne, that shouldn't be Eastbourne, that should be Earls Cove. North Bender and South Bender, they remain at stage 1. Chapman, Granthams, Langdale, and Soames are at stage 2 as of last week, Friday, and Eastbourne, we had to go to stage 3 because their well levels were really, really low. So in terms of the regional water system, so the Chapman system, Granthams, primarily the Chapman system, I don't expect that we have to go to stage 3 anytime until early August. And it all depends on the amount of rain and the actual demand. In terms of the engagement, last 4 weeks, we issued not a lot of warnings compared to last several years, and that's primarily because of the decreased usage because of the rain we had over time. And we issued in early July and late June, when we were still in stage 1, we were still able to issue some watering permits for new lawns. And this is a quote from somebody that applied and received a grant for his rainwater harvesting program. We still have space available for this year, and somebody installed it on June 11th, and it was full several weeks later. So there was somebody was really helpful, happy with that, which was good to hear. In terms of engagement, we currently have about 90 subscriptions on our monthly water use update program, which is a further increase compared to last month. And the weekly water updates videos are still being released, and we're now trying to release them every Thursday or Friday. And I'm more than happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you very much for the report. Bearing in mind the time, everyone, over to Director Seegers.
Question, environmental flow needs. I know that work is to be done this summer, but it was dependent on creek flows. Is that moving forward, or are we not going to be able to do it again this year?
We're still working on it. The creek flows, there's currently, I didn't mention it, but the snow is gone. The creek flows are still above 200 liters a second because of contributions from the watershed. So we're not able to actually do anything in the field as of now yet. But it's still in the planning for the summer.
Thank you. Director Kroll.
Thank you, Chair. I'm assuming that where you were able to find the leaks, this is where properties have meters in place?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Good. Director Toth.
Thank you, Chair. Following up on the leak questions, do we know the size of the average leak over the last month? Are leaks trending larger or smaller overall?
I don't have that number at hand. What we try to do, we send letters to everybody with a new leak, but we follow up. We actually actively engage ourselves with the larger leaks. So that could skew the average number a little bit, because we, of course, try to get the bigger leaks addressed earlier. And then, but the person with the leaking toilet will get his letter, and most likely they will resolve it themselves, or they just give us a call. So I don't currently have that average number at hand. I would love to, by the way.
Thank you. Director Hiltz.
Thanks. I'm going to focus on Eastbourne. Is there any reaching out to the Eastbourne community going to be going on now and in the future, and who should they get in touch with, this SCRD staff or the contractor, if there are some concerns about what's happening with the water system?
Thank you. That should be, they can contact with the contractor, but in general, they can better connect with infrastructure at scrd.ca, and we will forward them to the appropriate staff.
Thank you. Director Kroll. You're muted.
Sorry. Is there anything we can attribute to the low well levels in Eastbourne? Is it,
Thank you for the question. Eastbourne, this is a standard pattern at Eastbourne every year. Usually at some point in summer, they get to a stage where what we call rationing. They got a certain amount of liters per day, and each property has their own tank, and they get a certain amount of liters per day to fill up that tank, and that's what is available. And we're not in that stage yet. And but that's what we call stage 4 there. It's really rationing, and because there's just no more water coming out of the well. So that's why this year we have the project on the go to explore what we can do to optimize that system. And the project has started in May, June, and we hope to present the results of that this fall to the board.
Okay, thank you very much for the water update. I think we can move on now to the next item, which is number 5, Annex B, the Town of Gibson's bulk water agreement.
Thank you very much. I'll do a quick introduction. As you all are aware, the Town of Gibson's is pursuing to provide their own well water to their Zone 3. The infrastructure connections are currently in place. They were installed earlier this week, but it's expected that it will still take several weeks before the actual transition can take place, while certain other pieces of infrastructure are finalized and approvals are provided by Vancouver Coastal Health. This report really provides an update on what are the financial implications for the SRD as a result of the that change, and it provides an seeks some direction on how to proceed with the bulk water review committee that was initiated in 2018. Thank you very much.
Good. Thank you. And again, thanks to the town of Gibsons for unhooking Zone 3 from our system. I see Director Pratt.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's great that we have this wonderful partnership with the town of Gibsons. However, the bulk water agreement review committee, I've actually got a motion drafted with the help of staff to make sure I had the right wording. I'm completely in favor of reviewing the bulk water agreement. However, I've got big concerns about this review committee. And technically, I understand that the review committee has never actually met. And in reading the letter from the town of Gibsons and their CAO, I have a lot of concerns, and I would actually like to move. I'd like to change that. I'd like to move. I'll just say it. The town of Gibson's bulk water review committee be dissolved, and that staff proceed with a review process for the bulk water agreement and report back to committee in Q4 2020, and further that the 2020-2024 financial plan be amended to reflect that change.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Director Kroll.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Director Pratt. You beat me to the punch, but good on you. And just to sort of reiterate what Mr. Rosenblum was saying, we're, as of yesterday with my conversation with staff here in Gibsons, we're looking at probably about 3 weeks from now that we do the transition. Coastal health has, is one of the factors involved, but it is looking good. And, it seems that this committee was, it just seemed it added another layer in the system that was sort of unnecessary in light of the existing agreement that was up for regular reviews. So thank you, Chair Pratt.
Okay, thank you, Director Kroll. Director Seegers.
Thank you. Same here. I mean, this can be staff to staff and bring it to the various councils for review and endorsement. So thank you. Totally in favor.
Okay, I see no further hands up. And I got to say, of course, we need more committees because none of us have anything to do. Director Pratt.
Second, sorry, had to unmute and lower hand all at the same time. Yeah, just as a further follow-up, I think our staffs all work very well together amongst our governments. So there's no need for the governance bodies to get their fingers too much into messing with the trains. This is, to me, this is incredibly operational, and let's just let staff move it forward and bring it to us for endorsement and questions after. So thank you.
Okay, in order to move this forward, I'm going to call the question. All in favor of the motion? Any opposed? None opposed. That looks like it passed unanimously. Now we have staff recommendations. Did we cover off everything on page 7 there? We're good? Oh, wow. We get to move on to another agenda item, unless there's any further discussion on this one. Oh, we're whipping through this agenda. Look at us. Okay.
Chair McMahon, can we have like a 5-minute break, maybe?
Actually, yeah, because we're getting into the landfill. Fair enough. Okay, 5-minute break. It's 10:55. We're going to resume at 11 o'clock. Okay, we are resuming our infrastructure services meeting of July the 16th. And the next item up is item 6, Annex C, Seashell Landfill Drop-Off Area Design Options. Over to our General Manager of Infrastructure Services.
Thank you, Chair. At last month's Infrastructure Services Committee meeting, the board received an update on the progress to date to remediate the ground disturbance at the Seashell landfill. This report included a high-level overview of the cost to remediate the entire area that was originally in use and some methods to do so. The purpose of this report is to provide further details regarding 3 options we as staff been working on with our consultant to reduce the area that would need to be remediated, and also as a result to reduce the cost. And the options are the options were already included in last month's report, but I will summarize them here. One is continuing with a low-rise bin system as we are currently operating. That requires a lot of increased emptying of bins, truck rentals, etc. There is the option to design a really basic new drop-off area within a limited remediated area. And there is an option to really go full scale to actually improve the service level compared to our previous pre-ground disturbance situation. And that situation could be used for a transfer station moving forward. This report provides some high-level analysis, and staff are currently seeking some direction on the board to on an option they would like us to work on in more detail, and then we get back to the board in September with the detailed design and cost estimate. So there are some designs included in the attachment option for option 2 and 3. It's not that those are final designs, there are still conceptual designs as well. Thank you, and I'm more than happy to take any questions you will have.
Thank you very much. And I'm just going to, in view of our packed agenda today, I'm going to ask directors as much as possible to focus our discussion on the recommendations on page 19 of the agenda. I know that we all like chasing down sinkholes in the garbage dump, but okay, over to Director Seegers.
I like the report. I'm willing to move the recommendations as presented.
Holy crackers, do I say seconder? Yes, I see a seconder. Wow. Look at that. We're rocketing along. Director Ties.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to staff, wondering how the discontinuation of especially cardboard will be communicated, especially to people in the construction sector who probably use this quite a lot. And they often don't know third-party haulers and all those kind of things. And so, yeah, just wondering how that will be communicated.
Staff?
I'm going to ask my manager, Solid Waste Services, to take that question.
Thanks for the question. Depending on the board direction, so if that is to end the cardboard recycling program at the Seashell landfill, excuse me, then we would develop a detailed communications plan leading up to that, and that would include information on who the haulers are on the Sunshine Coast and how to contact them. And we could also connect with the Sunshine Coast Builders Association as well to help spread that message. And of course, on our website.
Thank you. Director Lee.
I wouldn't like to see the share shed closed at the Pender Harbor Transfer Station. We don't have the equivalent of Habitat for Humanity here in Pender, and our bargain barn is not big enough to handle the big items. And that share shed is used fairly heavily, and it allows a lot of material to be diverted from the landfill. So I'd like to see the share shed in Pender Transfer Station remain open when possible.
Staff, do you have any observations about that?
Thank you for the question. The share shed is currently closed due to COVID reasons. And the only thing I can say is we haven't received a lot of questions, concerns from residents about that. And that provided us with the some indication that the demand might not be as big as it could be, or as it sometimes is perceived to be. However, I have to say, share sheds, there are always people going to the share shed. There were, when the Seashell landfill share shed were open, there were people going there 8 times a day to see if there was anything in there during summer months. So there are always people interested to get products, but ultimately a lot of the products placed in the share shed will end up being landfilled regardless.
Director Lee, your hand is still up. Are you?
Yes, everybody I did talk to here would like the share shed at Pender to remain open. If you'd like me to arrange for the odd letter to come in, I could perhaps mention that there is a chance of it being closed, and then we would be a little public response would be forthcoming, I believe, if that would be required.
I think my manager, my superintendent of solid waste services has something to add. Arun?
Thank you for the question. I just did want to add, when the share shed was originally developed and the inception of it was a while ago, and where the share shed is located at Pender Harbor is directly across from the scale. And it's causing some traffic flow issues as the site is getting busier and busier over the years. So it is causing some operational issues for us when residents are visiting the share shed multiple times throughout the day, and they're kind of having to park in our exit area, and it is an issue as the site is getting busier.
Thank you. I see Director Toth.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to sort of echo Director Lee's comments. I worry that the lack of complaints around the share shed being closed is more about COVID and less about the usefulness of items that might or might not currently be there. I recognize that when the share shed was built, we didn't have things like Facebook Marketplace and Virage Sale and Free Cycle and what have you. So if the Seashell program is, not seeing a benefit anymore, the cost of remediation is going to be $100,000 to $150,000. I can see that it's an easy option to discontinue the Seashell share shed. But if the Pender Harbor director is indicating that it is still fairly active down there and residents would like to see it continue, then I think we should be supporting options that increase our diversions.
Okay, I'm going to make the suggestion that we could bring the question of the share shed back to a future committee meeting for reconsideration. We are not actually ending the program. We are suspending it indefinitely, but we could either change the motion to suspend it for the next 6 months, or we could just bring the question of the share shed back. Thank you, staff. Jump right in.
Thank you. My recommendation would be currently, even at Pender site, the share shed program is closed because of COVID. So it will depend on the timeline for that we can reopen it for that reason anyway, to see what we can do with that share shed. So what I suggest is an amendment to the recommendation that the share shed program at the Seashell landfill will be discontinued, which provides us with direction on how to include it in our design. And then at a later point, we can come back to the board for discussion on the Pender situation.
Oh, recommendation. Yeah, I'll approve that.
Okay, I see an amendment and I see a seconder on the amendment. I'm going to ask all in favor of the amended motion. Okay. Do I see anybody else in the discussion? Wow, no. All right. I'm just going to mention one thing, and that is that in the report, I saw no mention of the GHG emission impacts of various options that we're looking at. And I would like to see that in all future reports, because we are in a climate emergency and there are climate implications to all the decisions that we make. I realize that we don't necessarily have detailed data on what they are, but at least we could say, you know, this will increase or decrease our GHG emissions. So I would like to see that. Seeing no further hands up, I'm going to call the question on the amended motion. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none opposed, we will continue our rapid progress through the agenda. The next item is the former item 10, which is now item 7, which is the report in Annex G on landfill capacity management. Over to staff.
Thank you. This report provides an update on some regular requirements we have in terms of operation of the landfill. Our current operating certificate under the Environmental Management Act states that we can bury up to 15,000 tons a year annually, and the certificate also sets some boundaries on what the actual size ultimately of the volume of the landfill can be. So there's an annual component and there is an ultimate when is the landfill close component. And the purpose of this report is to provide the board with options to actually manage our remaining landfill capacity, because the last several years we approached our annual capacity, and we have currently no means in place to manage that capacity to prevent the landfill to close in, let's say, if we reach our maximum capacity at early December. Thank you, and staff would be pleased to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, directors, so we are looking at 4 options. Starting on page 47, ad hoc rediversion of waste, which is recommended, I note, permanent rediversion of materials, temporary stop accepting certain types of materials, and amendment of the operating certificate. Director Seegers.
Thank you. It looks like in this report, any decision we make, there would still need to be further information coming back, because I mean, I'm leaning towards option 1. I don't want us to get to a place where we tell people, no, you got to keep the rest of your garbage now at your site and, you know, for the next 2 months, because we can't take it. But it doesn't indicate what the landfill capacity surcharge, if we did that, would be, or what the increase in taxation would be. So even if we vote for that one, or any of the others, I understand we still need to have some further information coming back for board direction. Is that correct?
Yes, that's completely correct. Further information on as well the type, the amount of surcharge or taxation, and any bylaw changes that might be required before it can be implemented.
All right, so I'll make a recommendation that we request staff move forward with option 1 and bring back information as soon as possible to the committee and or the board.
Okay, do I see a seconder? I see a seconder. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor.
Sorry, was that me? Is that what you're saying? Okay, sorry. That kind of broke up a little there for a second. My question is, there's a lot of garbage that comes from the construction sector, and from speaking from personal experience, is there a way that we can improve their efforts on waste diversion. I know when I built my house, I actually had to ask the contractor to put in 3 separate bins to divert some of the stuff, and then I actually pulled out all of the wood myself. And then in that same vein, can we, one idea I had was maybe disincentivizing tear downs and rebuilds by charging through the building permit process and recovering costs in that way, so that, you know, somebody who wants to do a tear down of a still functional and house, of course, an unsafe house should be torn down, but that they be charged a higher building permit fee. But these are just some ideas.
Okay. Director Lee.
Thank you, Chair. I was wondering why we just didn't up the amount we're allowed to bury each year. I was curious why. I suspect because it's like asking for a new dump, but anyways, I'm just curious.
Staff, please.
That's option 4, amending of the operating certificate, and that will be a multi-year process. And staff are concerned that going through the process, because it will take several years to complete, including public participation, etc., will defeat the purpose actually of this report being forward right now, because it would not allow us to do anything before the process is completed. And so we think that it could create a time crunch. And yeah, thank you.
But my question is actually though, shouldn't we be doing both? Figuring out what to do in the interim between the time that it happens and we can get authorization to dump more.
We can do both at the same time. Changing an operating certificate would also be very time consuming from a staff perspective and would require some consultant support as well. So it's not a straightforward process. It's our main permit for our landfill. So to change that would require significant public participation and technical analysis. And we can, if the board would like to, we can have 2 things at the same time. However, given the remaining life span of the landfill, that increased volume or increased tonnage might only be in place for several years.
Good, thank you.
We'll close it.
Thank you. Director Hiltz. Director Hiltz, you're muted.
Forgot to do that part. Thank you. Thanks for the reminder. So there would be no service level change in option 1. And the question would be, how are staff going to decide what stays and what goes? Is there a 2-sentence summary of what stays and what goes?
I can try to do it in a little bit more than 2 seconds. But what we would base it on is really based on what is the most cost-efficient method, and we can allude a little bit more to that in a follow-up report. But because this is based on tonnages, it will be the more heavy material, the rubble, the concrete, that's what we defer to another landfill, because that's most cost-efficient way of reducing the tonnage. While let's say if we would divert styrofoam, it's bulky, but it doesn't do us anything in terms of reducing our tonnages that we bury. But we can include more examples in our future report. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Kroll.
Thank you, Chair. Sort of going to what Director Lee was asking about, renegotiating the current agreement, but for something going on at the same time, are we looking at other sites for a landfill? And where are we with that?
That's part of the project for future option analysis that was approved as part of the 2020 budget. So that project is ongoing, and reports will be results will be brought forward to the committee, hopefully towards the end of this year.
Okay, seeing no further hands, I'm going to call the question on the motion on the floor. All in favor of the motion? Any opposed? Seeing none opposed, that motion passes. Director Ties, did you want any follow-up on the question of diverting construction waste, whether staff should look into options, or has staff looked into options? I'll go to staff first. Have you looked into options for diverting construction waste?
I can take the first part of that question, then if Arun wants to, or Remco would like to add to it. So right now, under our bylaw 405, we have items listed as regulated materials. So for instance, metal, wood, and drywall. So if a bin load of materials shows up at the Seashell landfill or the Pender Herbert, I guess it wouldn't show up at Pender Herbert transfer station, but if it shows up at the Seashell landfill and it's commingled with those material types, then under our bylaw, we can charge double the tipping fee of the highest material type, as well as charge $100 per hour to pull those materials out. So in that sense, the incentive to segregate those materials is already there. If there are mixed loads that are being collected on sites, those materials may or may not be delivered to the Seashell landfill.
Thank you. Director Lee?
Yes, I was along the same lines. I was wondering about what we just talked about as rubble, which is broken up cement and that kind of stuff, the heaviest stuff. Does that actually have to go into the landfill? Couldn't we find a gravel pit that was having stuff left over anyways and dump it with them? So that's just a question, a curiosity question again.
Staff?
Thanks for the question. That's actually one of the recommendations from PMAC, is to explore if there are any other on-coast options for rubble and concrete. So you'll see that later on the agenda.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to move along. We're at 11:25. Next item on the agenda is Annex E, Wood Waste Receiving and Processing Contract Extension.
Thank you, Chair. The SCRD has a contract with Salish Environmental Group, Inc. to receive and process wood waste diverted from Seashell Landfill and Pender Harbor Transfer Station. The contract will expire on August 31st of this year and can be extended for one additional year. The purpose of this report is to review the option to extend the original term of the contract. Staff are recommending this extension, and staff would be pleased to answer any questions that the committee might have. Thank you.
Director Seegers.
I'll move the recommendations as on page 39.
And I see a seconder. Thank you. Director Pratt.
I was going to move the recommendations on page 39, but she beat me to it.
Okay. I do not see any further hands.
I'm trying to move things forward as quick as possible.
Good job, team. Okay, I'm going to call the question then. All in favor of the extension? Any opposed? Seeing none opposed, we can move on. And now it's mattresses. Annex F.
Thank you, Chair. The Sunshine Coast Regional District has a mattress recycling program at Pender Harbor Transfer Station and Seashell Landfill. Mattresses are collected from both facilities and transported into the Lower Mainland for recycling purposes. The contract for the transportation component for this service has expired. An RFQ was issued for a 3-year term and a successful proponent was identified. Awarding the contract will result in a budgetary shortfall. This report provides several options to address this shortfall, including increasing tipping fees to partial or full cost recovery, as well as discontinuing the mattress recycling program altogether. Thank you, and staff would be pleased to answer any questions that the committee might have on this.
Okay, I just wanted to point out that on page 44, this report says that 3,587 mattresses were received at our landfills. I was horrified. What on earth are people on the Sunshine Coast doing? That surely there could be some public education that you don't need to change your mattress every 6 months. Okay, on the speakers list, we have Director Ties.
Thank you. I'm in favor of option 1, but I would like to raise the tipping fees. Maybe $25 per mattress, $30 for wet. Just throwing it out there.
Whoops, it's now thrown out there, and over to Director Seegers.
I'll second that, but I did have a question too. Is there any kind of manufacturer fee that people pay with mattresses? I mean, you know, like you know what I'm getting at. I don't know what it's called.
Thanks. I'll take that question. So yeah, what you're referring to is a stewardship program or extended producer responsibility. And at this time, there is not an EPR program. That said, the SCRD is one of many regional districts who has made that request to the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change Strategy. And my understanding is the ministry this fall has stated they will be doing some consultation regarding expanding the EPR. So that would be an opportunity for the SCRD to, again, provide that input that mattresses would be you know, an excellent addition to the recycling regulation and to have an EPR program.
That's really good. Thank you. We already had a motion on the floor, I believe. Did we not, for the recommendations on page 42, or where are we on that?
Yes, it's on Director Ties, you made the recommendations, but with option 1B, or A, sorry, 1A. Right, to increase to 25 for dry mattresses and 30 for wet. So that's option 1A.
So that's the motion on the floor.
Yes.
Present. Okay, just let's stay clear on what we're doing. Director Lee.
I do agree with the options, except that I believe that we should keep the increase a little bit more modest at this particular time we're in. And I would think just a $5 for each one would be more appropriate at this time. And we can revisit it when this COVID thing is all over and everybody's back to work. So I was thinking that a more appropriate one would be from $10 to 15 for dry and 15 to 20 for wet, and eat the rest for now.
Okay, so you're opposing the current motion on the floor. Director.
I'm proposing an amendment to have it 10 to 15 and 15 to 20 rather than.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Point of order, that actually changes the resolution that's on the floor, so it needs to be defeated to put something else forward.
Okay, so you're against the motion on the floor, and next over to Director Kroll.
Thank you, Chair. The question I have is the mattresses that are received at the landfill, do we have any information on, are they individuals bringing the mattress, or is it Dreamland's Sleep Shop, who I've bought a new mattress for, and they took away my old one? So is it dealers that are bringing in the mattresses or individuals? And if it is dealers, could we not approach dealers to see if they would incorporate, as Mayor Seegers was suggesting, an echo fee when you purchase to help offset the transportation costs?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks for the question. I can take the first part. So the way our fees are structured right now is that if someone brings 5 or more mattresses, they're charged $35 a piece. So then therefore it is full cost recovery should someone show up with 5 or more mattresses at the time.
Follow up, Director Kroll?
But we don't, there's no, the person bringing 5 mattresses, is it established whether they are a vendor of mattresses or just someone decided to clean out their garage of the 5 mattresses they've been storing for the last 10 years?
Staff?
Thank you for your question. It is both. We are seeing both individual residences and commercial businesses.
Thank you. One more follow-up, Director Kroll.
So there is an option to establish an UTCO fee through commercial vendors of mattresses in the local area.
Staff?
Thanks for the question. I'm not sure that the SCRD would have the authority to implement eco fees at individual businesses, but an eco fee could be established at the provincial level through the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change Strategy through the recycling regulation.
Thank you. Director Toth.
Thank you. I too think that the increase up to 25 for dry mattresses is a little high. We see a lot of mattresses in the backcountry already, and I don't think this is going to make the problem any better. Hopefully, the province takes into account feedback when they look at the EPRs and the various programs that they have available to them. I think, based on research I've done, mattresses are nearly 100% recyclable, and I think that this program is particularly well suited for participation in the EPR. And so I think in the meantime, we should just try and mitigate the losses somewhat, but still not just encourage everybody to take them out into the bush.
Thank you. Director Hiltz.
Thanks. A question for staff on page 44 where it says on number A option or sub option, in line with other regional districts, is that the amount or is that in terms of a full cost recovery of the charge, or both?
Thanks for the question. Many regional districts charge the full amount, in particular Metro Vancouver Regional District, which depending on where the regional district is located, they would have additional or greater or lower transportation costs. But I have seen them be the full cost recovery.
And the follow-up, the full cost recovery would be supported by the funding model under the solid waste management plan to fund by user fees rather than taxation. So that follows the plan to go in this direction. And the last change of mattress numbers was recent, years ago?
Thanks for the question. If I'm understanding correctly, you're referring to the tipping fees. So when this was first implemented, the tipping fee was $8, and then which was, I believe, was in 2015. And then in 2018, when we did the tipping fee review, the board decided at that time to raise it to the $10 for the dry mattresses. So it has not been raised since 2018.
What I would like to add to that, Director, is in terms of your question, any shortfall to cover the cost for the recycling mattresses is not funded from taxation, but would be funded from the tipping fees from other materials brought to the landfill.
Good point of clarification. Director Pratt.
Thank you. Just process-wise, just clarifying right now, we have option A on increasing the tipping fee added into the motion. And I've heard from two directors that are interested in proposing an amendment to not have that increase in tipping fee. And process-wise, I know it was called to question by one of our other directors about that it changed the motion. It doesn't. If they wanted to propose that as an amendment to that. So I'd look to Director Lee or Director Toth if you wanted to propose it as an amendment. And then we could get through this in one motion altogether.
Sorry, I would go to corporate for this because we're actually changing the amount. We could take this motion in pieces and vote on that or defeat it.
What I would suggest then is maybe we make an amendment to take out the tipping fee amount at this time and do the tipping fee amount as a separate discussion point altogether, because so I'll make the amendment to take out the tipping, to remove the tipping fee amount from the motion, we can, from the motion that is on page 42, and just take out the tipping amount, and then we can bring forward the tipping amount as a different discussion item.
Okay, that's seconded. And I'm going to call the question. All in favor? All right. So we have a motion on the floor that does not include the tipping fees. And I'm gonna call that question right now. Everybody in favor of the motion on the floor? Any opposed? Seeing none opposed, we can move along and argue about the tipping fees. Do I see a motion? Who's going to get their hand up first? Aha, Director Pratt.
I will start with the original one that Director Ties proposed, with 1A on, or the A amount on page 44, with the tipping fee from 15 to 25 for dry and 15 to 30 for wet.
Okay, I see a seconder for that. I am not seeing any further hands up. So, Director Lee.
I'd just like everybody to be very aware that if we do this, the woods are going to be full of mattresses. It's just simply too much for people to do all at once. So we're going to be picking them up, and we're going to be taking them on the good the cleanup days for nothing. So anyways, I just thought I would mention what the outcome is going to be of raising it that much. I would much rather see that we lower the amount that's allowed to be put into the landfill, or dropped off at the transfer station and the landfill, and make it like you can only do 2 mattresses, not 5. And if you bring anything more than 2, then you pay the full freight, the actual cost. And that would stop the sales sources from collecting mattresses and taking them 5 at a time. Anyways, that's my thought.
Okay, Director Lee, I personally would like to see everybody sleeping on futons, but Director Ties.
Yeah, I hear Director Lee, and I don't think it will actually increase the amount of mattresses going into the woods all that much. For $15, that's, you're spending a lot more gas getting up into the woods, and to be honest, those people that are throwing the mattresses in the woods now, they will continue to do it in the future. And those people that are honest are going to pay the fee. And a new mattress costs anywhere from $500 to $4,000. So to be chincing on $15 worth of disposal fees, I don't know. I don't think that's the argument we should be using.
Okay, Director Kroll.
Thank you, Chair. I sort of agree with Director Ties. Like, you know, any mattress that I've purchased over the past few years, the company I've purchased it from takes the old one away. So I can't imagine reputable vendors driving up into the woods and throwing mattresses helter-skelter off the back of their truck. I would imagine they're going to be getting rid of them in a responsible manner, which goes back to my earlier question of staff. Do we have a record of whether it's individuals or dealers returning mattresses? You know, I just can't imagine wrestling, you know, one of today's mattresses onto the roof of your car and trying to drive it up a logging road. It you know, it just doesn't make sense. So I would think that most people would just let the dealer they bought it from take it away.
Okay, folks, we're at 11:41, and we're going down logging roads with mattresses here. So I would like to call the question that's on the floor, because we're at $25 for mattresses. So can I have everybody in favor of $25? Okay, that's 5 in favor. Any opposed? Two opposed? Okay, would you like your opposition recorded? Yes to Director Toth? Director Lee?
Yes to Director Lee.
Okay.
We're talking about 150% increase and 100% increase. So just, I definitely want my vote recorded. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, folks, we are now at 11:42. I do not think that we can tackle, given that we've got our other meeting, we need to go in camera, and then we've got another meeting at 12 o'clock. So at this point, we got through most of the agenda. I mean, we've done really well. We almost did it. So I'm going to call for a motion to go in camera, that the public be excluded from attendance at the meeting in accordance with section 91K of the community charter. Can I see that motion? I see a seconder. Good. All in favor? And away we go. Now, are there any questions from the gallery? I'm not seeing anything in chat, but I'm not sure our chat is enabled. Director Tice?
I just want to clarify for the audience that the remaining agenda items will be covered when?
I have the same question.
Yeah, we will be reconvening directly after the Transportation Advisory Committee. So that's probably going to be about 4:30 or 5 o'clock. Sorry about that, folks. We nearly did it. We nearly did it. But there it is. I'm not seeing any questions. IT, are we ready?
We're good to go in camera. I will move us over now.
Okay, thank you.
1.
Okay, thank you very much. We are still in the Infrastructure Services Committee meeting. We are going to, we're going to suspend ourselves.
Recess, I believe, might be.
Thank you. That was the word I was looking for.
Recess to reconvene post-transportation.
After the Transportation Committee meeting this afternoon, which we expect will be around, we'll end around 4:30 or 5 o'clock.
So I'll move.
Thank you. Seconded. All in favor? Thank you very much. We'll see you back again. Okay, folks, here we are back again at the Infrastructure Services Committee meeting of July the 16th, 2020. It feels like it might be July the 17th already, but no, we're still on July the 16th. The next item on our agenda is item originally number 7, the contract award South Coast drop-off green waste. And I'm going to go over to our general manager.
Thank you very much, Chair. The contract with the town of Gibsons for the operations of the South Coast Green Waste Drop-Off Depot expired on December 31st, 2018. Since then, the town has been operating the site based on short-term arrangements. The town have recently indicated that this fall they will review if they have the operational capacity to continue to operate the depot past the end of the year, December 31st, 2020. In order to secure a long-term provider, a request for proposals was issued for the delivery of similar depot services on March 8th of this year. Only one compliant bid was received. This was submitted by Creekers Containers Ltd. This bid would entail the establishment of a new depot at the corner of Cemetery Road and Payne in the Elphinstone area. The rezoning of the property would be required, and the depot is expected to be operational as of potentially operational as of January 1st, 2021. The costs associated with this proposal would far exceed the current budget for the operations of a South Coast Green Waste Drop-Off Depot. Given that this proposal exceeds the current available budget and the recent notice by the town of Gibsons that they might not be able to operate the depot past December 31st, 2020, this report provides more historical and financial context for the board's information. It should be noted that while the Green Waste Program was once established as the Waste Diversion Program, it also supports initiatives to regulate backyard burning and the spread of invasive species. This report outlines several options for the disposal of green waste by the residents on the southern Sunshine Coast, including different funding models. In staff's recommendation is that the first decision to be made is the desired type of service. And the options are continuation with a special depot on the South Coast, curbside collection, or neither or both of the above mentioned options. Along with the desired type of service, a decision would need to be made regarding the current procurement process to award the contract as per the RFP or not. And the second decision is the funding model, continuation of funding of this program from taxation or a change to a user pay-based model or a combination of the two. Along with the funding model, a decision would need to be made regarding small contractors. And the decision is in continuation with the current direction to expand the program or a decision not to expand the program to allow small contractors to deliver green waste at the South Coast sites. A decision to proceed with the award of the contract to Creekers Containers for the establishment of a drop-off site at their location would need to be made in July in order to comply with the procurement policy and to allow for a service start date of January 1st, 2020. Since the publication of this report last Friday, the town of Gibsons indicated that they would be open to collaborate with the SRD to find a third-party operator to operate a green waste drop-off depot at the current location owned by the town of Gibsons. It would require a formal agreement with the town of Gibsons about this and new requests for proposals for only a site operator before this option could be implemented. This process would not be able to complete it by December 31st of this year, resulting in the need for a request to the town of Gibsons to operate the site until such time that the new operator could take over. Pursuing this option does not guarantee that the third-party operator for the site would be found on the coast. And staff expect that the cost of such an arrangement would still significantly exceed the current budget. Staff will be more than happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, this is a very complicated topic, but I'm just going to complicate it a bit more. Because I'm the area E, director, and the proposed site in this report is in my area. I just wanted to raise some very serious concerns about this site. I am familiar with it. I've been there recently, and it's located at the corner of Cemetery and Payne, which if you stand there for half an hour, which in fact I did the other day, you will discover that is an extremely busy corner with a lot of dump trucks and now cement trucks careening around this corner at speed. It's also a steep hill. Our green waste site gets lineups backed up, considerable lineups. If you have lineups back up into heavy traffic with dump trucks and concrete trucks, and also it's used as a bypass on the way to the ferry, I think that you would have a dangerous situation there. I have a very hard time seeing this as a site. So I'm going to come right out and say that I do not support this proposal. I think that we should drop it and we should move forward with a different alternative. Having said that, there is a lineup of speakers. I'm not surprised. Whoops, losing my stuff. So, Director Seegers.
Thank you. One question. On page 30, it talks about the total green waste program costs at $93. Indicates that the South Coast green waste drop off 142. So I would assume from that, and I mean, there's other tables and whatever in here, that the cost of the other sites is much lower than the one at the South Coast one. And I mean, I did send out an email to the directors because I've been looking around other areas. I think we have people on the Sunshine Coast who don't want to drive places. So I would be in support of not having this facility, and then also pursuing curb yard green waste pickup, because I think that would provide for those who have small pieces. Perfect. They can throw it in their green waste pickup. We're seeing that in Davis Bay in this longest running pilot I've ever seen. they put their green waste in there. I don't know how many years it's been now, whatever. Anyway, so they put that in there, and then we could potentially look at for those who are in the business to actually charge a tipping fee for that. That's it. My 2 cents.
Okay, next up is Director Ties.
Thank you. Regarding green waste pickup, I don't think it makes any sense for Area D. Properties are too large, and there's too much that happens there, and I don't see the point in endorsing that. It may work for Area E or Gibson's, but as to the site, my thought was that maybe we could have something like an honor pay system. $10 per pickup load, $5 per car load. It is that site is for the convenience of the people. I mean, you can drive to Sechelt and get rid of it there, and then commercial people should pay a little bit more, and then just make it honor pay. Yes, not everybody will pay, but I think a large number of people will, and it will subsidize that site. $10 per pickup load, $5 per car load, and $15 for commercial pickups. That's I think I was thinking a little bit outside of the box, but I think that kind of stuff could work, and that way people will pay for the convenience of not having to drive it all the way to Sechelt, and our signage should reflect that.
Thank you, Director Ties. I think we need more traffic on our highway, especially people towing things. I'm gonna try and concentrate us first on number 1. Should we go with the contract award that's in the report? Number 2, do we want the site on the South Coast? And then if we agree that we do want a site, then how do we finance it? That's that the funding model is the next piece of this. Over to Director Kroll.
Thank you, Chair. Fully agree with you. You and I had a discussion the other day about the location at Payne and Cemetery, and it's it's an accident looking for a place to happen. The advantage of the location we've got now is it is a greenway site. It is working, probably not as sufficiently as we would like to see it working. It's not manned, so honor tipping fees might not work, but it would sort of, I think, make sense if we could find a contractor to operate the existing site, perhaps have proper equipment on the site so we can reduce the amount of trucking need that is going to Salish soils. To Director Seeger's comment about throwing your green waste in with your organics, Salish soils, from what we've been told in Gibson's, they will not accept commingled stuff. So stuff that arrives with green waste mixed in with compost, they put aside. And I don't know where it ends up, but they prefer not to have stuff mixed. So, I would highly recommend that we find a way of funding the, upgrade the green waste site where it currently exists, find an operator for it, and introduce tipping fees.
Director Pratt.
Thank you, Chair. Director Kroll just took most of what I wanted to say. I think we definitely need a safer location. Yes, shame on you, Director Kroll. Can we, and this is a question for staff, can we issue a new RFP for the current location that we have?
Thank you. As indicated in my introduction, yes, we can. We first would need to close this one and then initiate the new one. And the timeline for such will take a couple of months. And that's why a request would need to be made to the town of Gibsons if they are willing to operate the site until the RFP has been closed. And if we then have found another operator, then we can discuss a transition process with the town of Gibsons to from that operator to the town of Gibsons.
Thank you. Director Hiltz.
Okay, South Coast site, yes, it's been there for going on 17 years. It's a valued site. It's a convenient location. It's already zoned. Most of the infrastructure is already there. It doesn't make sense to go to another site. And the only issue we have is the operator. So we don't need a site, we need an operator. Supportive of some kind of a user fee for the convenience. It might not be tipping fees, but some kind of a simple user fee. We already have a simple user fee for adding an extra garbage bag onto your weekly curbside pickup. You buy a ticket, you stick it on something, and these are available. So simple way to charge and collect fees. Move away from taxation based. The taxation based, as it continues to grow, from is not. The equity to the islands is not there at all. Like I don't think anyone from the island is going to bring any green waste over to the mainland to deposit it. So it's the benefiting people are mainland people. A user fee, find an operator for the current site, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and somehow make it convenient because people. If you were to rank the services that Area F receives, that's probably one of the highest ones that people feel a tangible benefit on a regular basis. Storm cleanup, gardeners, large acreages, yeah. And we also have very dense populated areas with lots of greenery. So we do need the site. But I do want to see it move away from taxation. So yeah, if we can retender, yeah, I'd be supportive of a retendering process of some sort, and supportive of reaching out to Gibsons from a collaboration point of view. I think the town of Gibsons has a strong interest in maintaining a location close at hand, rather than You got 5,000 people there who have little bags of green waste. So yeah, that's I think that's my tip for now.
Okay, I'm going to insert myself from Area E here. We have not even rolled out curbside collection of organics yet. My area is definitely not ready for more curbside pickup. I would not have support for that. And also the volume of material would be very difficult. It's a tremendously popular service. But again, I agree that we need to find a simple fee system that will work, either a flat fee, or I actually liked Director Hiltz's idea of coupons, that you purchase the coupons in advance and then you arrive there and you hand over the coupons. That, one of the advantages of that one is it would allow homeowners who have gardeners to give the coupon to their gardener, and then the gardener would deliver the green waste and pay with the coupon. So I think that's the direction that we need to go, because I hear the feeling that we cannot continue to fund this through taxation. It needs to go to a more user pay model. Director Seegers, you're next.
Thank you. The two other sites have scales, do they not? Pender Harbor has a scale and Salish Soils has a scale. So it's unequal at this point. I'd like to find out what the cost is to put a scale in, have them all the same. Or go with what Director Hilt said and set it up so people could buy those coupons online. They don't have to come in to buy them. They can buy them online using their debit card or their credit card or whatever, print them off. They can be dated. They're ready to go.
Good idea. Staff, please.
I can respond to the question in terms of cost of putting in a scale. Anywhere between 15 and 100,000 depends on if power is adequate at site and those kind of things. But those are that's the ballpark of costs we need to look at.
So you get 50 to 100,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
And my manager has something to add to that.
Thanks, Remco. Yeah, in addition to a scale, you would require a scale house and also a scale attendant. Otherwise, it would defeat the purpose of having the scale. So there would be the staffing component as well, in addition to that $50,000 to $100,000 one-time install cost. There'd be the annual staffing costs.
And I want to add to that too is I recently took a load of wood up to Salish Soils, and it is slow. You have to, because you can only handle one vehicle at a time through the scale. So you wait in line to get weighed in, and then you go and dump, and then you wait in line to weigh out again. And given the volume that we have at the green waste site, I think it would become a really big bottleneck really quick. So if we could find a simpler way to do this, I would favor it.
Sorry, just to follow up then. I mean, the reason the scale is there is because we pay them based on volume as well, right? So they have to keep track of the volume that people are dropping off there. Not for us, right?
No, they have a they charge us for per ton they process.
Right.
And for commercial loads, the scale is there for commercial loads because they charge commercial loads.
Right, but they need to keep track of every, you know, so like to Director McMahon's point, when you go drop that off, you don't pay, but we pay as a regional district. So they need to keep track of that volume.
Yeah. In terms of what we're talking about is what was discussed was a coupon program where people could online print off a coupon and bring it. If such a system would be introduced, of course, it would need to be introduced coast-wide to create some kind of equity, maybe. Or it could be introduced coast-wide, let's put it that way. Compared to the current operations, it would still require that site attendant and site attendant house to be present at the site, but that we can include that in our RFP.
Thank you. Director Hiltz.
Yeah, and further to the size of the loads, Metro Vancouver uses a $10 minimum for up to 130 kilograms. So we're trying to, I think, to differentiate the larger loads, which you want to scale in, like Fiedler's as an example for, you can go up there with a 5-ton load, $125 a ton and dump it. This is a smaller scale. This is not the this is like kind of household size stuff. So and the current tender says in the report an on-site operator, because they need to maintain quality control over the load. So they have to have someone there anyways in order to presumably check the loads before they go into the 40-yard container. So yeah, there does some, we're back to the operator, an operator who operates a site and maintains quality control, opposed to the more ad hoc operator that is currently with the town of Gibsons. So there is a differentiation in the size of the loads and some kind of a minimum. That's the idea of whatever this, the solid waste management plan definitely differs. Tipping fees from user fees. User fees are more about convenience. Tipping fees are you go to the dump, you scale in. So we're about convenience for the homeowner to move their green waste, not a tipping fee for a commercial operator to look after large loads. So that's why it's more on the user fees rather than the tipping fee side. It's my understanding.
Staff, please.
Still muted, yeah.
Yeah, sorry. User fees, this would be a tipping fee. User fees are only for curbside collection. So it would be a tipping fee. However, we can, of course, according to the bylaw, it would be a tipping fee. How we frame it in terms of our externally towards the public, that's where we can make a difference in. Because I agree, it is the user pay based principle. And I think that's what you're trying to get at as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Kroll?
Thank you, Chair. One of the other problems at the site at the moment is the town of Gibsons really doesn't have the proper gear for compacting when they do the transfer from the bins into the dumpsters. They don't really have the proper gear for compacting them to get decent loads. So there's, the trucking costs or the hauling costs are probably high out of this site because of that. So if it was turned over to an operator who has a full-time attendant at the site, which currently we don't have, and even if there was a chipper that could blow, chip stuff, into the dumpsters before it's trucked, we'd be reducing the haulage costs because you wouldn't be running as many trucks up and down the highway to Salish soils.
Good one. I think I'm also going to add that we have quite a challenge with invasives, and not having the site supervised at this time full time means that it's difficult to be sure that we're keeping, particularly it's knotweed and broom, I believe, out of the stream. So I think it's pretty clear we're going to have an operator. I would be looking for a motion or two, perhaps a motion to not award this contract RFP 2035002. I see a motion. Do I see a seconder? I see a seconder. Do we have further discussion on this topic? Director Hiltz. You're muted.
Two buttons to push. Thank you. Any liability with rejecting the tender or the RFP application?
Staff?
No particular liability in terms of not moving forward with the tender as put out through the RFP. It's just
because it's over budget.
Yeah, and the only really it's going to be a bit of time. We have touch base with Gibsons. They're happy to work with us. So no no negative downside.
Great. And we worded that motion adequately well, or staff magically made it be worded adequately well. Tracy?
Yes, I have that RFP 2035002 be canceled.
Is that good? Everybody happy? All right, calling the question. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none opposed, yay. So, staff, please.
I have wording prepared in case the board or the committee would like to explore us putting out another tender.
Go ahead.
Yes.
And that staff negotiate an agreement for long-term use of the current location of the South Coast Green Waste drop-off site by the SRD with the town of Gibsons. And that staff initiate a procurement process for an operator of the South Coast Green Waste drop-off at its current location.
I'll make that.
Okay. And I see a seconder. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Okay, and do we want to make a motion to direct staff to look at a fee structure? Staff, please.
It's highly recommended, as it will guide us in terms of would we require a site operator as part of the RFP or not? And because we need to include that, otherwise we can be in the same predicament over at a certain point in time. So I think what is required, if it's a decision if tipping fees are going to be part of the mix or not. Tipping fees, user fee, or coupon anything that requires a site attendant. If the board can always at a later point decide if there's still a portion to be funded from taxation and the remaining from user fees or tipping fees that can be decided later. But if that is desired by the board, it's recommended that recommendation on that would be made as well. And I have wording if desired.
Awesome.
I'll pass your wording.
Director Seegers. Yeah.
Okay. I'll pass the wording that Remco is going to read out about fees.
And that the SCR and that the renewal of the SCRD South Coast Green Waste drop-off service would be funded from taxation, from tipping fees, or a combination of taxation and tipping fees.
That works. Thank you.
Good. And I see a seconder. Okay. Do we have further discussion on this item, Director Ties?
I just have a question as to, so when does this all end, and when do I have to make my last green waste runs?
Staff?
We will work with the town of Gibsons. Our intent would be to cancel the RFP shortly after next week's board meeting, initiate a new one shortly afterwards. Of course, it will need to be open for a period of time. So if possible, we hope to get back to the board in September. But at the same time, we need to get an agreement in place with town of Gibsons. So December 31st as an end date, as indicated, would be really challenging for us as a transition date. So we're more thinking about early next year. That until then you can make your last run to the current site under the current model.
Thank you. I'm just going to point out that I believe the least busy months there are like December and January. So if the worst came to the worst and it had to close for a little while, that's the time of year to close it. Director Toth?
Yeah, I just wanted to be clear or to have clarified that we are looking at tipping fees or some combination of tipping fees for the South Coast site. We're not looking at the other locations as part of this motion.
Staff, please.
That's a question for the board to consider, because that's an equity question. Do you leave the rest, because the rest have a scale, so they can easily implement the tipping fee on all the other locations. But that is actually, at this point in time, not
Okay.
This fall.
Is it just me or did you break up? Okay.
Broke up.
Okay. All right. Am I back?
You're back. So we missed your last sentence there.
Okay. It would be required to confirm this fall what to do with the rest of the sites, because they have a scale, they can implement easily a tipping fee, and that would create at least equity among the residents of the Sunshine Coast.
Okay, Director Seegers.
But that's not a decision that's required to be made today in order for us to launch the RFP.
No, that was my point too. We need to set it up so that we could do that with that site. If we do that, yes, it is equity, and we would be looking at potentially coastwide. I think what we're struggling with and trying to grapple with is the rising cost that we are having to pay for this, and yeah, we need to look at how we're going to deal with that.
And I agree, we can revisit this later if we need to. This is a classic victims of our own success story. Director Curl.
Just one question, because the processing that Salish Soils charge, if the material was presented to them in another form, i.e. chipped, would it bring down the processing costs?
Staff.
That is something we would have to discuss with Salish Soils. I'm not sure at this time.
And to add to that, we just signed a long-term agreement with them.
Okay. Director Ties, you lowered your hand. Director Curl, you're up again.
Just follow up to that. You know, it would occur to me, if there's an economy that can be saved there, it would make sense to investigate. The contract is based on, the current contract is based on what weight? A guaranteed amount of weight that they receive?
Staff, please.
Depends on which contract, thanks for the question. Depends on which contract you're referring to. So the hauling contract is per bin. The processing contract is weight-based.
Okay, Director Ties.
I know that I think what might be interesting is that if there is a chipper there, that there could also be the sales of mulch from that site. And so you could basically, all you do is have a chipper, and then somebody sells the mulch. And I would certainly be interested in, or at least get free mulch, and that would save on the hauling.
Free mulch that's full of bindweed. You'd love it. Okay, I'm going to call the question on this. Is everybody in favor of this motion? All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, I have one further motion. I would like to ask staff to collect data on the green waste site, because one of the problems we have right now is that we don't know how many vehicles are using it, what size they are, where they come from, whether they're from the town or the rural areas. We don't know any of this. So if we say we're going to charge $10 a load, well, how many loads are there? We don't know. Is it possible for staff to gather some data this summer using summer students or somebody to stand there with a clipboard and count, either SCRD or Town of Gibson's if they got extra students hanging around?
I can speak from an SJD perspective. With everything currently that's going on, from a solid waste perspective, I don't see how we can make that happen without impacting other services. But I'm interested I see that Director Kroll has his hand up as well.
Director Kroll.
I've asked staff to look into, there is a student volunteer program funded by the federal government where they'll pay a student up to $2,000 to do volunteer work. Town of Gibson's is a registered charity, so they could volunteer with the registered charity and stand at the green waste with a clipboard as you suggested, but staff are looking at whether we've missed the date for that application.
Okay.
So I'll get back to you on it.
Thank you. I see Director Toth is volunteering the directors to come out and stand there with clipboards. Thanks very much for that. Staff, please.
We're all getting tired. I'm wondering if we present the results of the RFP, is the board interested in also receiving some recommendations on taxation, tipping fees, taxation versus tipping fees, and how that would work also with other sites? Do you want to have that included in that report as well or not?
Do we need it now, or can we, get this settled and then move along? Director Seegers, you have an opinion. I know you do.
Yes. Simple answer, yes. I mean, if we're looking at putting out the RFP and potentially setting it up so that it could collect fees, we need to look at that.
Okay. Director Toth?
I was just going to say basically the same thing. It's a good opportunity for a service review, basically. If we do this one and then we consider somewhere down the road looking at the other ones, we just continue the piecemeal efforts that we're doing now. So let's take the chance and the opportunity to look at it all.
And Director Lee, I see you.
I kind of changed my mind, because if we look at the whole thing, we'll be looking at an equity point of view. So we want everybody to, it costs everybody the same to get rid of this green junk. So yeah, I'm all for it.
Director Seegers? Okay, I can't tell at this time of the day whether people are just getting kind of glazed or whether they're freezing up. So it's getting a bit weird.
Glazed.
Yeah, and I just hate to raise this. I really do. But should we be doing any public communication and consultation on this subject? I see Director Hiltz has his hand up.
Yes, for the GM Rosenboom, does staff need that as direction to bring those financial funding model issues with the report? Or that would be?
We could, based on this discussion, we could include it in the financial implications section of the report.
Terrific. And?
Go ahead.
Do we need to add to the motion or to the recommendation that we're passing for that, GM Rosenboom, or is it sufficient with what we have right now? Because I didn't hear us pass an amendment. So.
Okay, you're mute.
I think it's useful for all of us if Tracy can read out the motion on the table for all our benefit. Tracy, can you?
I didn't quite capture it, but what I do have is that we're discussing right now staff make inquiries on the funding from tipping fees or a combination of tipping fees and taxation. And all the rest hasn't been added to the motion.
I think if you add and that the funding of the service would be funded from taxation or a combination of taxation and tipping fee, for tipping fee and or a combination of tipping fee and taxation, that would be sufficient.
Good. Do we have a motion on the floor? I'm sorry, I have completely lost track at this point. I thought we had passed a motion and we were into a general discussion. So if we want to put a motion on the floor, we need to make the motion. Aha, we have a volunteer and we have a seconder. Bravo.
So I think we did vote on the previous motion, that there was actually nothing on the floor. So we are requesting that staff bring back information to the committee or the board. Who do you want to bring it back to? Committee? Committee, with options and information around funding with taxation and or tipping fees. Yeah, go ahead. Wordsmith it, whatever.
I would say tipping fees and taxation, because that would guide us that there is a side attendant needed.
Okay. Okay, I'll make that motion.
It's being seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Yay. Bravo. Rural directors, do we want to communicate with our constituents about this issue? I ask you that because we don't want to spring this on anyone. Director Seegers?
I know I'm not a rural director. I think there's going to need to be some communication around this, but I think the timing would be more once staff brings that back. We would want to, at that point, say, okay, here's what staff have come back with. These are the options that we're considering. What do you say? At this point, we don't really have anything to go out to them because we don't know what the cost would be or any of that kind of stuff. We want a little bit more concrete information, I think. Because we'd have to do it in Sechelt too.
Yeah, good point. Okay, Director Tice.
I'll mention it in my newsletter, but that doesn't mean it's going to get out to the public, really. So, but at least people will can't say that they didn't have the opportunity to be informed.
Hey, Director Kroll.
Might it be worthwhile putting it, unless we know we can get an operator to operate the site, we might be jumping the gun here. If we don't get an operator, or an operator comes in with a quote to operate the site that's, right off the, out to lunch, we're back at square one. So I think we need to have, we need to be able to present a plan to the public that is acceptable and viable before we, tell them it's going to be one thing and then the tipping fees turn out to be 10 times what we thought they should be. So I think we need to know what we're dealing with before we communicate it.
Yeah. Okay, you're absolutely right. I was absolutely wrong. And the next item on our agenda is the 2020 Q2 report, unless there's something else we need to do. Over to GM Rosenboom.
You don't need to do anything. At this point in time, we can also do it at a later point in time. But there is a confirmation that for the small contractors, a decision at some point, or now or at a later date, would need to be made if they are going to how they are going to be treated as a residential, and that also depends on if we're going to use a coupon program that we can transfer to somebody else. So it's more, we don't need to make a decision at this point in time. In terms of tonnages, we proceed with the direction that is continuing, unless we've been told otherwise.
I personally am happy with the current direction where we have a limit on the size of the load. And I think was it 250 kilos or something? That's the key point to me, because if it's bigger than that, it shouldn't be going to this site. And due to the fact that we have no information on how many contractors are using the site, staff made an assumption about how much additional traffic there might be, but I'm very dubious about that assumption because it's not based on any actual data. And I know for a fact that a number of contractors are already using the site. So, you know, I'm happy personally. Do any other rural directors feel differently? Director Hills.
Yes, I'm supportive of the limit, whether that's 100, 150, or 250. You know, but yeah, some kind of a limit.
Okay.
Which is already existing. So, yeah.
Director Kroll.
I would also think it valuable to determine before the request for a quote goes out to find out if there are any economies to be achieved in whether a chipper on site to reduce the number of containers needed to be hauled would be efficient, and would the hauling be included in the operators? It's separate, so they're just operating that site.
Okay, folks, have we beaten this to death? Because we do have more on the agenda. So let us briefly and expeditiously move on to item 11, Q2 infrastructure report. Over to staff expeditiously.
Staff are more than happy to answer any questions you might have on this report.
Lovely. Director Kroll, your hand is still up. Are you eager to ask a question? Boy, I'm sure not. Fastest Q2 report ever. Over to staff.
The only thing I really would like to highlight also for the community is on page 59 under solid waste operations. First item is that we're currently, as of July, accepting Scotch broom at the landfill if delivered in clear bags.
Oh, okay. Good to know. Director Pratt.
Thank you. Just had a couple of questions. First off, happy to hear about the Scotch broom. I know it's quite a concern in the community. But page 53, the Chapman Creek Water Treatment Plant hot water boiler upgrades. I see that they're running on gas. Is there any opportunity to switch over to a less GHG or a fossil-less fuel system such as solar or another method of or some kind of upgrade using a retrofit program of some kind?
It will need to be confirmed if the new ones are gas as well, and that's not a given. And so we'll definitely look at electric there as well, as long as it meets the work safety requirements for emergency showers.
Okay. Yeah, and just it's something that we, when I was at the school district, we were able to, when we were upgrading equipment, we're able to make use of solar and take things off of gas. So, and take advantage of some of the programs. And then the other question I had was on page 55, the water meter data. I note that there's only 85 rural residents that have subscribed to the source or to the resource of getting their data. And I'm just wondering if there were plans for a social media push again to encourage residents to sign up for that.
Thank you for the question. As of this morning, it was 90, and yes, we'll continue to push that through social media.
Great. And Director Pratt, the phrase you're looking for is to phase out the use of combustion.
Thank you, Chair McMahon.
You're welcome. Director Lee.
I was curious what we did with this the stuff that we're going to take in the clear bags, the hogweed or whatever the heck that we're going to allow to drop off, what do we do with it then? The broom?
I'll leave my manager to answer that question.
Thanks for the question. It's being accepted for disposal as to be buried at the Seashell landfill.
Okay, Director Seegers.
Thank you. On page 55 and 56, right above the graphs that are on there, it talks about a decrease in potable water, 6.8% Chapman water treatment in the second quarter, and South Pender 8.1 decrease. So I know one of the questions that we had earlier when this whole pandemic happened and the lockdown and everything else, we didn't know what water usage was going to be like because people were home, they're going to be planting gardens and all that kind of stuff. So it was nice to see those numbers.
Yeah, and it's primarily because of the cooler temperatures, and okay. So I'm happy with the numbers, and so it's hard for us to actually confirm if there is that COVID impact on the water supply or not. But I'm happy with the numbers as they are.
Mm-hmm. And then on page 58, it just one of the lines under curbside food waste collection, that the curbside food waste collection program for the SCRD is scheduled to launch in early Q4. That's nice to see. And it did indicate in here, I think in one of the PMAC meeting that Robin had indicated she had some information about District of Seashell. I'm wondering if you could share that with us, because I don't know at this point, and I haven't asked for a while.
Thanks for the question. Last time I asked the District of Seashell for an update, I was advised Q1 2021.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Hiltz.
Thanks, Chair. It's on page 53. It's the Eastbourne Water Feasibility Study. It's a very sensitive topic there, water. Running out of water is a very sensitive topic. So is there going to be a press release or notices have been sent out in the past? There's going to be people wandering around there. And if you want to start a rumor, you just send someone out with a white hat walking on Keats Island and you got some rumors going. So is there going to be some preliminary, just a heads up? That's all I'm wondering about.
Thank you. I will advise any staff that walks over there that they have a blue hat instead of a white hat. But in general, this is primarily a desktop study. So we've had a meeting with contractors on site without hard hats, just to get them familiar with the site. But most of the rest of the work will be done from desktop study. And our plan is this fall to also share the information with the community to get their input.
Thank you. Director Toth.
Thank you, Chair. On page 54, under public participation, there's the Water Supply Advisory Committee. Just a quick blurb there that the inaugural meeting occurred on July 14th. We've got one of our councillors participates in that committee, and he had talked about some opportunities for public to be able to contribute and submit comments, feedback, points of interest, ideas, what have you, to the committee. I was just wondering what the plans are in terms of the committee being able to accept public feedback and information.
Thank you for the question. We had our inaugural meeting last Tuesday, and at that meeting there was a lot of information shared with the members, and we decided to have a second meeting in mid-August, and at that meeting a new chair will be elected, and at that time we're going to work with the new chair and the rest of the committee also to establish effective communication channels to make sure that everything flows. So maybe there will be a special email address that is accessible for all committee members and for the public to receive input from. But we'll discuss it at our next meeting with the new chair.
Thank you. And since everybody else asked questions, on page 53, the Chester Well surface field. Every time I go up there to pick up my mail, I can hear Chester Well dribbling away. And it's getting past dribbling, it's kind of roaring now. So will that fix that problem?
Thank you. Yeah, actually, this has more to do with the fact that with the update to the legislation around groundwater, we had to upgrade some of our wells, and this well is buried, so we need to put an extra seal in, and that will at the same time solve some other issues with the well.
Great. Okay, have we exhausted our questions? I am seeing no further hands, so I am hoping we can move on now to the PMAC minutes, item 12. PMAC made a number of recommendations, and we do not have time right now to go into them. So somewhere we were going to pull recommendations 4 through 8.
Chair McMahon, Remco's unmuted.
Okay, go.
Thank you, Chair. After our agenda review, staff looked at this list, and if the committee would like to, we could action recommendation 4 to 7 without further extensive discussion with the board. And number 8 would definitely require further analysis, and we recommend a staff report on number 8 to be brought forward if the committee would like to do so in the future.
Right.
I'd like to move that staff action items recommendations 4 through 7, and that if that staff bring forward a report to a future committee meeting regarding recommendation number 8. Does that work?
Director Seegers? Okay, that's a second. Okay, did we want to put a timeline on that, or are we just good with
Q3 or Q4, or are you good without the
actioning of the items will start somewhere. We hope to start those in Q3, and we'll report back to the committee. And number 4, it's up to the committee if they want to put a timeline on it, and to what extent that is a priority. If it's at a future committee meeting, we'll still try to get it in Q4 and not let it slide until 2022.
Okay. I'm okay. I think that's sufficient because it's we're pretty clear we need to know in case it has public budget implications for 2021.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm good with that one. So I'm going to call the question. All in favor of the motion? Yay. Anyone opposed? Anyone asleep? No.
I was just going to comment that that's actually ties into one of the recommendations we made earlier today, and that we have to potentially look at diverting something if we get close to our volumes.
Correct. There is a relationship. Only in this case, it would be to extend lifespan. So you would look at volume. So in this case, you could consider to move styrofoam out because that's the biggest volume. So, but yes, there is a connection there. Correct. Thank you.
Director Lee.
I'm going to have to leave you. I have a birthday dinner date, so I will see you guys later.
Happy birthday if it's yours.
No, it's friends of ours.
Okay. Thank you. All right, we're down to communications. Do we have anything to say to or about Minister Heyman?
In public?
The good news we heard yesterday is that as of January 1st, 2023, single-use plastics will be part of the recycling regulation. And Robin is more able to explain exactly what it means for the SRD.
Over to you.
I can expand briefly if you hadn't seen the notification that came out a couple of days ago from the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change Strategy. They've listed several actions where they're looking to amend the recycling regulation, not for the ICI recycling as of yet, but for single-use plastics. And they've created some new categories, one for party supplies, one for like short-term use type of plastic. So that would be like your plastic forks and straws, as well as clear definitions around some of the plastic packaging to make sure that it's included, and clearer definitions around some of the paper products that are excluded. So all of that will be sort of rolled out over the next couple of years with implementation by 2023.
Good. Thank you. Have we had enough fun yet? Have we done all our business? Is anybody ready to make a motion to adjourn? Look at that. All right. Everyone in favor of adjournment? Okay, and I'm finally going to ask, we have one brave person still attending in the gallery. Any questions from our attendee? If you want to ask a question, put your hand up, Tyler. Okay. I think we're done.
I just want to say you did a great job today.
Oh, thank you. I think we all survived. Yes. All right.
Thanks at Leonard's house while he's away.
Right. Okay. Thanks.
It's my husband's birthday today too, so I have to make a mocha torte.